Trent's slacking this morning. He's
Little bit.
such a short timer. It's not even funny.
All of a sudden, it's 5:57.
How's the real estate going?
There's a couple things going on, fortunately, but nothing great.
Huh? How's the market?
A lot of houses coming on the market.
Really?
Yeah. Inventory is getting pretty thick and things are not moving.
That's interesting.
Can't people like you and I mean, you moved because you had to, but for the most part, people like you and I can't afford to move right now. You know, you got out and bought with cash. If you can do that, you're fine. But when you take interest rates, you take them from 4% to 7%. People can't move.
My brother's been looking for a house for like 3 years. Just can't afford anything.
Then you have that.
It's tough.
For if you're trying to get into a home, it's so hard. So expensive.
I'm curious why what's their reason for saying they're leaving?
They're not. I mean, I'm dealing with a first-time buyer and someone who's flipping
Gotcha.
2 homes in Lehigh. And good morning, Twitch chat.
I barely made it.
You made the whole thing?
I did.
Good for you. My wife's best friend's in town. We were with her last night. Her dad's quite sick. That's why she's in town. So she came to see Eve last night. So it was a lot of
wine.
Yeah. Exactly. It went to overtime and I said, no.
Well, and you thought it was going to be a short overtime. McDavid gets the 4-minute double minor, 13 or 23 seconds into overtime, and you're thinking, well, Dallas is going to score here, and this will end it.
Instead, last night was a great test of your guys' rule.
Yep. Well, I was in.
Yeah, Kilo's dad, exactly right. Where are you going? Where are you going to go? But if you are ready to sell, I know a guy.
All right.
And there's nothing wrong with LaBelle, but LaBelle's expensive. That's the thing. You want to go get 3 acres? It's not cheap.
And I'm told we need a poll question.
I think we should do it about your guys' hockey rule.
I think it should be
Memorial Day centric.
Here we go.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. It's a Friday leading into a holiday weekend. How about that? How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X.
Woohoo! Holiday weekend. Woohoo!
Sorry, I feel as if I had forced you to hold that there.
That's all right. It was the breath was perfect. I was ready whenever you were done.
Okay.
I just felt that the how the heck are you needed a woohoo at the back end of it for a holiday weekend.
I just didn't know if you wanted to do the woohoo right after. How about that? Or whether you were waiting a little while longer. Miller and Moulton on this Friday. Hope you've had a good week and hope you're able to take advantage of the holiday weekend. Also hope at some point during the weekend that you make note in some way, shape, or form of why it is a holiday weekend. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. You know, every once in a while you get a little perspective. My wife's best friend is in town. Her dad is sick, so we had a kind of a long night over a little bit of wine and talking about a lot of things. And you know, sometimes you need a little perspective. And last night was that.
When you were bringing the second bottle of wine into the discussion, did you look right at the both of them and say, "How about that"?
I felt it was inappropriate, but I thought
Okay.
about it a couple of times. There were a few times that they were going on about their thing, and I
Right.
would drift over into the games.
Ah, nice.
I had the perfect seat, had them both in front of me where I could make eye contact with my wife's best friend while actually watching Celtics Pacers.
You could nod. You could even
Oh
throw in
yeah,
a
a lot of
mhm,
nodding. Yeah,
mhm.
you're right
Yep.
on with that.
No, I hear what you're saying. Yep. So our rule was put to a test last night. We haven't had a
Ooh.
lot of these. We have not had a lot of these. The Miller and Moulton playoff hockey rule. If you make it to the drop of the puck, the first overtime, you must stay with the game for the duration. And I'm told that you made a calculated decision to go to bed before the drop of the puck of the first overtime.
Well, David, it's safe to say we went well past wine bottle number 2 by the time overtime had started. In fact, I think we were close on wine bottle number 4.
Wow.
And at that point,
Alrighty then.
I thought it was a calculated, wise decision to say, you know what? Time for your fat, you know what, to go to bed.
Since you guys had already gone double overtime, you couldn't
Right.
take the risk that the game would, in fact, go double overtime. But it did, albeit not long in the second OT. But, you know, that's an extra hour at least. That's 2 17-minute intermissions, you know, to a half hour or so to play a period. And
That was an
you know,
8:30 start.
yes, it
That was
was.
the late game last night. The Celtics
Mhm.
Pacers was the early game last night.
Right. And Celtics finally showed up for a game 2. They played really well, especially offensively. We went 1 for 2 on that game, although I think the two of you were kind of, I don't know, you were hemming and hawing about, you know, Celtics and the points, Pacers and the points. I was all on Indiana and the points, and Halliburton getting hurt didn't help my cause.
No, it did not.
Once that happened, I'm like, yeah, I don't think I'm covering tonight. Got the over right, though. I just knew there'd be a bunch of points in this. They're two best offenses in the league.
That's been the better bet. I didn't like the points either way. I really didn't. I just had no feel for the game the way the Celtics have played in the previous game twos. No idea what they were going to come up with. But to your point that you said before the game, these are two high-scoring teams.
No, they're literally the two best offenses in the league. I don't know why, you know, I mean, we've gone over on both games and they've gone over on both games. The first one went overtime. That really helped, but it was over before it went overtime. So, but now Halliburton with a hamstring injury, it's as if, you know, the sports gods, they are something. They really are. Sometimes they make you wait a year in which you go, wow, this is the exact same situation, only in reverse to what we faced last year. And sometimes the sports gods barely make you wait a day or a week. I mean, there's a belief by many. Why are the Pacers in the conference finals? Well, they faced the Bucks without Giannis and without Dame for a couple games. And goodness knows the Knicks were falling one guy per game, seemingly. And so what happens to the Pacers midway through game 2? All right, they're all everything point guard. Hurts his hamstring. Has anybody recovered from a hamstring injury in 24 hours?
No.
Well, David, also round 1, Jimmy Butler got hurt or wasn't there.
Well, and that was for Boston, right? So, but I mean, for the Pacers have benefited greatly so far in the playoffs from other teams' injuries. I mean, we talk about it. The breaks, the bounces, what have you. So they have gone the Pacers' way. There's no denying that. And now here are the Pacers trying to play what's the best team in the league until proven otherwise. And their all-NBA point guard gets hurt, leaves the game immediately, and they immediately announce, yeah, he ain't coming back. Does anybody think Halliburton's going to be
No,
worth a darn
no.
here soon.
And to Trent's point, that's now 3 series for Boston, in which
that's what I was getting at. Was
the opposition's been banged up.
The breaks
right,
on Boston's way as well.
That's right, because I didn't take into account in the second round, Mitchell missed 2 games.
Right.
Jared Allen.
Allen was, banged up. Right. By the way, I mean, Mark, you're a hockey guy. Worked in it for a generation and all that. Man, and goodness knows they blame hockey coaches. Like, I mean, we detailed it, but do you know there are only 4 head coaches in the NHL? 4 head coaches in the NHL that have been with their team 3 or more years. 4 in the whole league right now.
How long have you been a general manager for 28 teams in the National Hockey League? It's your kind of league.
I'm incredulous. This is so much change. And I want to make deals. I wake up every day wanting to make a deal.
And fire a coach occasionally.
It just as somebody got to admit, we've been fired a lot. Me more than you. I'm not so quick to show people the door. Don't mind yelling at them a little bit. Don't mind. We talk about it all the time. Do we have to fire people? We can't suspend them. What's wrong with 3 days, 5 days, a week, just a couple of weeks? Do we always have to fire everybody? They screw up, we've got to fire them. Are we sure? Man, there's a lot involved when you fire somebody. Anyway. But I mean, the NHL, we've joked, our line has been, they go through coaches like Chicklets. But man, we're blaming the head coach in Cleveland?
Well, you knew this one was coming. They talked about it for a while, and you and I were both adamantly against it. Their first series since without LeBron.
So in 30 years, by the way, they won their first playoff series without LeBron James on the roster in 30 years. They've won 99 games the last 2 years. They had home court advantage in a first-round series each of the last 2 years. By the way, this year, he had to play the playoffs. He only had his starting lineup intact for like 26 games in the regular season. But, Mark, when those pre-written stories are ready to go, it's kind of like in the television industry, they prepare hundreds of obituaries. And literally the only thing they have to do is change the last line. John Smith was 76. And if by chance, by the time they're running the piece, he's 78, they change it to John Smith was 78. I mean, but the obits are done. They're in a vault. And when these stories, like the Kevin Durant never fit in this year and wasn't happy story, were the Suns eliminated 3 minutes or 6 minutes before that story? Boop, there it is.
That's the agent and the reporter getting the story out well ahead of the press clippings and making sure that a reporter that they're tight with gets that story out. And the same thing happened in Cleveland.
It sure did.
And we had Keith Smith on the day after they were eliminated. And he was, and you were right on it, David, but even Keith's like, okay. So in the 5 minutes after the game,
boom,
you were able to get that story, get all your quotes, and get that story out.
Yep.
Okay.
It's almost as if that story was written in case they had lost to Orlando in the first round. And I just held on to it. Let's see what happens in the next round. But it is a league in which the inmates are running the asylum, though, because supposedly Donovan Mitchell's on board. And, of course, they'll do anything to keep Donovan Mitchell. So, okay. But, yes, blame the head coach in Cleveland. Gotcha. And, of course, who are they going to hire? I mean, is there anybody out there who's had more success?
Take your pick, David. Frank Vogel,
Well, he did win
Well,
a
that's
title.
the league. That's the
Yeah,
league we're in.
that's
You
the
know, I
joke I'm
mean,
making,
let's
yeah.
retread another coach.
Mike Budenholzer.
Well, Budenholzer's now in Phoenix to replace Frank
that's right.
Vogel. But Vogel did take the Pacers to back-to-back conference finals, and he won a title with the Lakers. I mean, he is an established coach. Okay. All right. I guess. But do we really think the problem is the coach? I mean, come on.
No, that's the joke
Wait a
I'm
minute. Do
making.
we really think there's a problem? I mean, that's the funny. No, and I'm being serious here.
Hey, you know what the problem is?
What did they do? Hang on. What did they do a year ago, David?
They were the 4 seed, and they
And got
beaten
bounced in the first round.
by the Knicks, right?
So what did they do this year?
They were the 4 seed and won in the first round, and then lost to the 64-win Celtics.
So their
team.
season was better.
They did.
They improved upon what they did a year ago in Cleveland.
3 less wins in the regular season, but they improved.
But nobody cares about the regular season.
I know that. And so much so, I mean, they didn't have their lineup for most of the season. That's the other thing. He went around further in the playoffs. He didn't have his team. How's it his fault? It'd be the equivalent if the Knicks fired Thibodeau. That's what just happened in Cleveland. It'd be like, wait a minute, what? So there you have it. Little hoop, little hockey. And it's the coach's fault. Okay. Don't you all know it's the coach's fault? That and Little League umpires. Okay. Hockey and basketball head coaches, Little League umpires. Apparently, they are all to blame.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
If you're in love and thinking about a diamond,
Bears, Niners, David.
What about Bears Niners?
Who played for both teams?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Can't think of anybody.
How's Jordan Lake, North Carolina this morning, Sonny? I'd like to be on Jordan Lake, North Carolina right now. Especially if it's in the mountains.
Only time I've been to North Carolina was a record-setting cold day. It was like 20 some degrees. We went to the Lions-Panthers game. It was the coldest game ever played at that at that stadium. Unbelievable.
The only time I've been to North Carolina was for a Panthers-Lions game.
True story.
Yeah, I did, Sonny. They're scrambling right now. Because if that's the only video they got, Scotty's walking.
Well, there's like 2 or 3 videos, and none of them look good for the police officer.
Imagine that. And he didn't have his body cam turned on.
I know.
Uh-huh.
Well, at the top of my head, by the way, Trent, Richard Dent, I think, finished 1 year with the Niners, but played the rest of his career with the Bears.
He's done with us. He's talking to someone in the hallway right now.
Okay. And Ted Ginn Jr. also the same, played a couple of years with each.
Hey, producer. One of the hosts has been talking to you for 5 minutes.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Just eat your food over there, short timer. Richard Dent, Ted Ginn Jr.
Okay.
Go back to your sports origami over there, whatever the hell it is. Ooh,
That's
Robbie
true, Robbie
Gould.
Gould. Nice one to go with the kicker. Well done, DC.
That's the one I should have been able to get. Robbie Gould. Ted Ginn worked, though. Thank you.
All right, we need a poll question. Memorial Day, Labor Day, 4th of July, your favorite summer holiday.
Nice.
I like that, except I feel like 4th of July would run away with it.
It should, because 4th of July is the best holiday. You're not obligated to do a damn thing for anybody but yourself.
So why don't we do Memorial Day or Labor Day?
Why don't we do favorite sporting event Memorial Day weekend?
Yes.
Like, are you NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs?
Indy 500. I'm not even being smart.
Yeah.
I wasn't.
I know that. First off, no one's accused us of being smart. But, you know, now a smart ass by the way, did you get your shirt?
I did.
Yeah.
I was waiting for Mac to pop in. I gave Trent his. Almost wore it today, but I got to go somewhere right after the show.
Yes, if he's in here, thank you very much. Very, very much.
Slow down, Sonny. There's no lake near Raleigh, North Carolina that looks like Lake Charlevoix, for crying out loud. Come on now. Clay bottom dirt lakes as opposed to beautiful blue water.
Okay, here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton on this Friday, heading into Memorial Day weekend. And there's a couple different ways we could go for a poll question. How about, want to go sports over Memorial Day weekend? You know, this is usually, you got the Stanley Cup playoffs, NBA playoffs. It's a big racing weekend. Obviously, Indy 500, but also the Coca-Cola 600.
Yeah, I will say, I mean, I'll put the Indy 500 up. My son, who's a NASCAR guy, and I don't know about you because I'm not a NASCAR guy. I'm a Ross Chastain fan. I pay attention to the sport because of Ross, but he is one of those people, and he's been this way for about 4 or 5 years. He's been in the sport. He hates the 600. I mean, hates it.
Because
I think
it's
it's
too
just
long?
boring. It's just too damn long. And I
Okay.
don't know any NASCAR fan that says, "Ooh, it's the Coca-Cola 600 weekend." Talladega, Daytona, the
Well,
Brickyard. I mean, there's a lot of races in which NASCAR guy gets
that's
excited.
true.
I don't know anyone that gets excited about the 600.
I'm with you also. I mean, like, the track does nothing for me. I mean, I don't think it's an exciting race. I agree. And it's about an hour longer, seemingly, than all the others. It's also Monaco this weekend. So, I mean, arguably is the biggest F1 race Monaco.
Yes.
Okay. The biggest Indy race is obviously the 500, and they're both this weekend. So, it's a big racing weekend. But you're right. Of the three races, the one with the least amount of prestige is the Coca-Cola 600.
And it's not that much prestige on the circuit, though.
No.
I mean, it's not like you win that and you're this guy who can get through the long race.
Now, did it used to be, remember when they had the $1 million challenge? If you won 3 of the 4 races that they deemed were like, special races, if you won 3 of the 4, you won $1 million. Bill Elliott was the first one to do it in the late 80s. $1 million bill from Dawsonville. He was the first one to ever win $1 million in a NASCAR season. So awesome Bill from Dawsonville.
That's good.
Thank you.
That was good.
Thank you. Listen, we know, baseball seems lost in the shuffle these days. And a lot of times the only time it's brought up is something bad, something negative, a team or an umpire. But, we joked earlier this week that the umpires have seemingly the short fuses, right? They got a lot of first inning ejections. We've had about a handful of them here in the last couple of weeks. And it's like, you guys usually need to be in late July or August when it's like dog days of summer, hot. What's going on? Did you see how the Orioles White Sox game ended last night?
I did.
Oh my goodness. I mean, is there a way to do a poll question? Okay. Worst piece of officiating? The police officer with Scotty Scheffler or the umpires at the end of the Orioles White Sox game last night? Oh my goodness. I mean, Scheffler's more guilty than the White Sox were last night. What in the world? And Scheffler didn't do a thing. He made a left turn into a driveway.
Well, with current video, it certainly seems that way.
But, all right, we're going to try this radio. So there's 1 out in the ninth. First off, Baltimore's leading 8-2 going to the ninth. The White Sox score 4. Baltimore has to quickly get their closer up. They bring Kimbrel in, who's no sure thing anymore. They bring him in, whether he's ready or not. First and second, 1 out, bottom of the ninth. So the winning run's at the plate for the White Sox. Pop up, infield. Well, that's infield fly rule. 1 out, couple runners on. That's infield fly rule time. So the batter's automatically out. So there's a runner on second. Remember, first and second, 1 out. And he's like, 6 steps off second. Pop up in the infield, in between second and third. And the base runner literally looks up in the air. He's looking at the ball. And he doesn't move. And then he is slowly taking 1 step to his left and another step. He's walking back to the bag while the ball is in the air. The shortstop, who was playing directly behind him, he's also got his head up in the air looking at the ball because it's a pop-up in the infield. And as he starts to run in, and remember, the guy's standing there. And if anything, he takes a step closer to the bag away from the fielder. The fielder nearly runs into the base runner, but he avoids him. Okay, kind of like if you ever been on one of those airport escalators, Mark, and you're in the right-hand lane where you're not walking. You're standing, you're going to ride the escalator. And somebody has moved to the left lane of the escalator. They're walking. Sometimes if they got some stuff, they're a little wide. So they kind of turn sideways as they move past you.
I
that there's
love
no-
the description.
so that there's no contact. You're both doing what you're supposed to do. You're in your proper lanes. You're doing what you're supposed to do. That would be then saying that I, being in the right-hand lane of the escalator, impeded your progress in the left-hand lane of the escalator. Because somehow your bag came dangerously close, didn't make contact with me, but came dangerously close to me, and you had to turn sideways for a split second to walk by me. And they called interference on the White Sox base runner. Now, remember, the guy's out.
It's an infield fly rule.
The guy's out. The ball does not have to be caught.
They can let the ball drop to the ground,
And
there's two outs with a runner on first and second.
Correct. Now, if they let it drop, the base runners can take extra bases. Obviously, they wouldn't. Okay, but yeah. And the shortstop catches the ball. It didn't impede him. In fact, the shortstop was underneath the ball for a second and a half before he caught it.
When you watch the play, you almost have to watch it twice to figure out what the umpire's calling, because when I first saw it without sound, I didn't even gather anything happened. If you know what I mean. Like when I'm watching,
yes,
I had to watch it again.
One of the two White Sox broadcasters had no idea what was going on. And his partner had to say, and he is, only because he saw the umpire with his, arm up in the air, he goes, I think they're calling so-and-so out. And the other guy goes, how? And he goes, I don't know. Interference? What else could it be? And so they start showing a replay, and the one guy who didn't see it goes, you can't end the game with that. Are you kidding me? He goes, we've seen some bad calls this year. He goes, that would be one of the worst calls I've ever seen in my life. And sure enough, that's it. They rule so infield fly rule and then interference. So that adds up to 2. Game over. I mean,
that umpire had a serious dinner reservation that he had to catch.
Totally. Totally.
I don't know, think of the reasons and make them up, because it made no sense.
No. And, that's it.
And a sport that's got an umpire problem.
Yeah. And certainly an image problem. Absolutely. Whew.
It makes Angel Hernandez look like a good umpire.
Totally. Laz Diaz is going, oh, thank goodness for that. People stopped talking about me for the rest of the week.
Well, Angel Hernandez is just full of himself. This guy just didn't know what was going on. There's a difference.
Well, no, he ruled that to be interference because the base runner, and he does. The shortstop, as he's running in, then realizes he's about to run into the back of the base runner, which is his doing, by the way, because the base runner's not moving. And so he sachets around him, runs in, is underneath the ball, catches it. Interference?
He caught the ball.
Game over? What?
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And I'm Todd with the Diamond District. I believe in complete transparency. If you're shopping for diamonds in Naples, you're paying too much. If you're shopping in the Cape or Fort Myers, you also won't see the selection you deserve to have. If you're online, there's no human connection, and you won't know if your diamond is beautiful or not until it shows up in the mail.
Just because it's GI certified doesn't mean it's brilliant. There's so much more to a diamond than its cut, color, and clarity that makes it beautiful. Visit us at the Diamond District for a non-commissioned and educational presentation, and quit paying more in Naples or buying blind from the internet. The Diamond District has the rarest diamonds from 1/2 carat to 10 carats. You won't find a bigger selection or better value.
And you won't find a better buying experience. Jason and I are in the store nearly every day, and we look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung has successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida for over 30 years. As a former prosecutor, the information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, a criminal matter, or involved in an auto accident, call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung. I'm a local attorney with local knowledge to assist you through the process. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Offices in Fort
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. Turn, for Christ's sake, do something over there.
Are we not doing the Memorial Day or?
Yeah, that sucks. I forgot to put the damn banner up.
I thought we're doing
So what is it? Hockey, basketball, Indy 500?
yeah.
What's the other? Is there anything else?
It'd be, I guess, Formula One Monaco.
Okay, if we want more engagement, we could do grilling. You know,
Well, that's what I mean.
Okay.
No, we're going to do. That one's going
No.
up. What sporting event are you most looking forward to watching this Memorial Day weekend? NHL playoffs, NBA playoffs, Indy 500. Baseball. We probably should put baseball up there, right? It's
Yeah,
America's
sure.
past.
Right. We're past its time. One or the other.
That's up. That one's up. Which sporting event are you most looking forward to watching Memorial Day weekend? NHL, NBA, Indy 500, baseball. There's one.
we do always get great feedback on our food questions.
You're damn right we do. You know why? Because no one cares about sports. Hamburgers, hot dogs.
I like that. Do you put ketchup on your hot dog?
I can't because over half the people do, and they should all be shot. I could thin the herd really easy. All of you who like ketchup on your hot dogs, just end you.
He just mowed down my mother, by the way.
Probably my wife too, but that's all right.
Okay. Well, tough calls one has to make when you're thinning the herd. So hamburgers, hot dogs, which do you prefer? Hamburgers, hot dogs?
I like it.
What is more American to grill this weekend, a hamburger or a hot dog? It is, Chris. I get to do one of my favorite things today after the show. Drive to Cape Coral.
Well, there must be money involved, otherwise you'd never do it. Either that or your daughter's soccer or softball.
No, but yesterday was my daughter's annual, doctor's appointment. And the wife had stuff planned, so I was supposed to take her. And the wife got everything done because she really wanted to go. Me, I didn't care if I went.
Right.
She goes, do you want to come with me?
No.
Loaded question right there, because the answer is no.
No. You can say no.
I did.
Okay.
I said, well,
No.
you want to know the truth? No, I don't want to go with you. She says, well, what do you have to do? I said, well, my whole day was planned around doing this. So I have nothing to do. Well, why don't you come with me?
No, I don't want to.
That's not an acceptable answer.
I think. Do you want to come? No.
No.
What do you have to do? Nothing. And that's still a better option than coming with you for this doctor appointment.
I got to tell you, this doctor's got it wired for sound. This doctor during COVID put like signs on all the parking spots. When you get here, text this number with your name and we'll get to you.
Right.
They kept it up.
Oh, so that's how they do it?
Yeah. You just go to the parking lot, you're in slot number 14, you type your name and what slot you're in. They're like, okay, come on in.
So they buzz you like a restaurant, like your table's ready?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Thanks so much for being with us on this Friday, heading into a holiday weekend. Best of Miller and Moulton on Monday, Memorial Day. Oh, by the way, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Do you know Medium won our poll question yesterday? That had to be a late surge.
What the hell?
Yes, Miami-Dade County came in late for medium wings. We asked you how you liked your wings, not what you put on them, not flavor, just temperature, hot, medium, or mild. And in a close one, down the stretch, medium came and won at the end.
That's a late charge right there. I mean, we did not see that coming.
I don't think hot is abiding by the election results either. That seems to be a popular question these days. Are you going to abide by the final election results? Apparently none of the politicians are. It's kind of like the results of our poll question. So hot is saying, I don't believe medium won.
Good for medium. Way to go, medium. I accept the poll results.
Okay. Even though you voted hot and I voted medium. So there. What's our poll question today?
It's all about this weekend. What sporting event are you most looking forward to watching Memorial Day weekend? NHL playoffs, NBA playoffs, the Indy 500, or baseball? And I know Monaco's this weekend. You know what? It's not in this country. Doesn't count. Probably should have said, what American sport are you watching this weekend?
The question, I think, implies it. So there you go. So that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. That's how you can vote. And if you go to millerandmoulton.com and ever download what it is you missed, you see our poll question there. You can vote that way as well. 20 minutes before the hour, it is time for
The Starting Five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the Starting Five on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
Well, we've been talking about this, warning you about this for a couple weeks. And it became official last night. We think amateurism in college athletics is officially over, or at least that's the plan. All the major conferences voted to approve a $2.8 billion settlement of 3 major antitrust cases, which will pay former and current athletes that money over a 10-year span from the NCAA and from all Division I schools and conferences. It will also set up a revenue sharing plan for the future where teams have up to $22 million annually that they can spend on their athletes. Mark, that sounds like a salary cap to me. You?
It sounds exact. I mean, let's see. Do they have 23 million?
No.
They have 22.
That's the number.
So it's a hard cap.
It's intended to be. By the way, the athletes, they had no say in this deal. None
So I'm
whatsoever.
sure it'll work out really well for them.
Also, by the way, non-Power 5 conferences, they had no say in this deal. There is one high-profile antitrust case, which is not part of this settlement. And the legal community is torn this morning as to whether or not, if the precedent is set with the other antitrust cases, does that antitrust case become moot? Or does that antitrust case continue and is not part of the settlement? And this settlement and their guidelines and what have you will mean nothing, and they could still end up owing a boatload of money with that suit. And then if so, who would pay for it and what have you? Oh, and the NCAA is begging Congress now to pass antitrust legislation on their behalf so that they can go forward with this deal.
And they're not begging on their own. They've hired the best lobbyists on the Hill to do their begging for them.
So Notre Dame saw everything that went down yesterday and released a statement. And the statement said that they hate the deal, but they called it undesirable. But they also caused it necessary, and they are urging Congress to intervene to, quote, save the great American institution of college sports, unquote. Notre Dame said in their statement that college sports will go bankrupt without congressional intervention. That's all. It's just the end of the world as we know it is the case that the NCAA and their Power 5 schools in Notre Dame are making to Congress. You need to take action. This is what we need you to do. By the way, there'll never be employees. We get antitrust, exemptions. And then once you give us all that, by the way, we can make any damn deal we want with those college athletes. There's not a damn thing they can do about it. Oh, I'm sorry. Does it say that in the fine print here? No, it doesn't. But we all know that's what antitrust exemption means, right? So there you have it. It's official. But for the record, it's official. The NCAA, all right, is paying players. And NIL is pay for play, and it's going directly through the schools in the NCAA. It's official. They just voted for it. Now, it'll be interesting if it ever, quote, becomes official, and whether or not others are now going to go to court and go, you can pass any damn thing you want. It doesn't mean squat. So there you have it. Matt Murschel in a little over an hour to talk about a few things, but he does cover college athletics for a living, so this might come up. Very quickly, college baseball, softball. Florida State lost game 1 to Oklahoma. It's a best of 3. And Georgia lost game 1 to UCLA. Everybody else in action today and tonight, including Florida taking on Baylor at noon on ESPN2. If you're interested, Florida State will lose to Oklahoma tonight, 8 o'clock on ESPN2 and get eliminated. College baseball. So Stetson and FGCU advance to the ASUN semis. Jacksonville is in a win-or-go-home game tonight against Central Arkansas. If they win, they advance to the semis. If they lose, their season is over. Mark, Miami keeps winning in the ACC tournament.
They do, and that could steal a bid. East Carolina lost early in the AAC. That's a team that's supposed to will host a region. If they don't win their conference, that's another bid. And we say this because Florida is right on the damn bubble.
Miami beat Clemson 8-7. UCF, by the way, expected to get an at-large if they don't win the Big 12 tournament. They beat Oklahoma State in 10 innings last night. FIU season ended in the Conference USA tournament last night, as did Bethune in the SWAC, but FAMU a winner in the SWAC, and they advanced, trying to keep track of the Florida college baseball schools. NBA playoffs. Celtics go up 2-0 on the Pacers. They beat Indiana 126-110. Jaylen Brown with 40. Tyrese Halliburton hurt his hamstring. Third quarter, did not return. Status up in the air for the rest of the series. Yeah, that ain't good. By the way, Cleveland fired J.B. Bickerstaff because they won 99 games the last 2 years and had home court advantage in first round of the playoffs the last 2 years. And he did something that they haven't done without LeBron in 30 years. So, of course, he's the reason they lost. So he got fired. Game 2 tonight, Western Conference Final. T-Wolves were a 4.5-point favorite for Game 1, lost. They're a 5.5-point favorite for Game 2 tonight, 8:30 TNT, T-Wolves and Mavs.
I'd lay it, by the way.
Okay.
I'd lay it.
So you think they're getting the split, and then it's just a matter of will they win by 6 or more?
Right.
Okay. NHL, I had a feeling.
I know you did, and the money wasn't right. It was only plus 105, or I would have bet it for you. It was not the bet that it should have been.
For whatever reason, Dallas is now 3-5 at home in the playoffs. The best team in the Western Conference is 3-5 at home in the playoffs. And I believe it's the third straight series they lost Game 1 at home. Edmonton scored the first 2 goals. Then Tyler Seguin tied it up, one in the second, one late in the third. So Dallas gets a 4-minute power play, literally seconds into the overtime. Connor McDavid, best player in the game, inadvertently high stick Matt Duchene, bloodied his mouth. 4 minutes, the Stars. 7 shots on goal. They hit 2 posts, didn't score. 32 seconds in the second overtime. Connor McDavid, the game winner for Edmonton. They win it 3-2. Game 2 tonight, Eastern Conference Finals. Feels like a must-win for the Rangers at home, down 1-0 against your Florida Panthers. And I say your because if they're not your, get on the bandwagon. They're dancing with Lord Stanley in about 3 weeks. Hockey World Championships. Canada advances to the semifinals. U.S. did not. Outplayed the Czech Republic, but a goalie stood on his head. 37 saves. U.S. gets beat in the quarters, 1-0. Baseball. Yankees 5-0 over Seattle. Stanton and Judge both homered. Orioles beat the White Sox 8-6, despite Chicago scoring 4 in the ninth. Phillies have won 6 in a row. They're 23 games above 500. It's not even Memorial Day. 5-2 Phillies over the Rangers. Atlanta stayed 6 back with the 3-0 win over the Cubs. Giants scored 5 in the 8th to beat Pittsburgh 7-6. San Diego took 2 of 3 from our Reds, 6-4 and 10.
They suck.
Yeah.
That's
good.
money that is burnt.
Yeah. Looks unlikely. It does. Not going to lie. By the way, nearly 7,000 in Oakland last night. I mean, that's a monster crowd.
Doubled up their Wednesday crowd.
So crazy game. Oakland doesn't score for the first 6 innings. They score 1 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th, 1 in the 9th. Okay. 1 in the 10th. They give up 4 in the top of the 11th. They score 5 in the bottom of the 11th. Oakland 10-9 over Colorado.
And I believe won it with a walk.
They did.
I mean, they're 5. That was a walk to win the game.
Toronto beat Detroit 9-1.
Speaking of teams that suck.
Yeah, the Tigers have lost 5 in a row, and Blue Jays hit 3 homers. In golf, don't know why the Louisville Police Department thought it was a good idea to have a presser yesterday and basically come out and say absolutely nothing new. The charges on Scheffler, we're going forward with them. Oh, yeah, and the guy didn't turn his camera on, so we don't have any video to support the allegations. But did we say we're going through with the charges anyway?
But we're
Yes,
going to release some video that makes the cop look even worse.
Unbelievable. Charles Schwab Challenge. It's at the Colonial Country Club in Fort Worth. Charlie Hoffman, your leader at 5 under, 1-shot lead over 5 golfers. 2 of them are Brian Harmon and Tony Finau. Scheffler's playing because it's near his home. He tries to play in all those Texas events, so does Spieth. And Scheffler had a triple bogey yesterday. It's been like 4 years since Scheffler had a triple bogey. He shot a 2 over 73. He's T79 right now, 7 back. His lawyer, by the way, was at the presser. Made sure to tell everybody, we ain't settling anything. He didn't do anything wrong. It's either they drop everything or we're going to court. We ain't settling squat. One question was like, would you accept the lease charge and like a $50 fine? And he's like, no. Come on, Mark. That's you and I. We'd be the exact same way. Not a dime. Jim Calhoun, when he was asked the question, Connecticut in a budget crisis is the highest paid employee in the state.
A dime.
The reporter couldn't even get the question out. Calhoun said, not a dime. I'm not giving back a dime. And it's 7 minutes before the hour. That was
the Starting Five every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
I mean, he's facing a felony and 3 misdemeanors, no matter how ridiculous we all seem to think they are. And he's not settling for a thing. I mean, I will say, they're not asking for an apology. They're just asking for everything to go away. And Louisville, the police department's doubling down.
And looking foolish throughout the whole process. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you want to shop with the best. And the mall is not the place to be. Here are my friends, Jason and Todd, with the Diamond District.
Take a stroll in the mall, pop into a few jewelry stores, and you'll soon discover you're in the wrong place. Rings begin to look all alike. You're not finding GIA certified diamonds. You quickly realize you know more than a salesperson helping you, and all the same financing gets
What kind of food is David coming back with?
Oh, I'm going tuna mac because he said he had it earlier this week and decided to go with the turkey meatloaf. But he's coming back with something in a Tupperware bin.
I got cold pizza.
Because I see Tupperware bin, he eats his cereal out of a I don't know if you've noticed that. He doesn't go with the bowl. He goes with a Tupperware bin. The winner is nothing.
What? Huh? What?
You got nothing.
No.
Trent goes, what kind of food's David coming back with? And I said tuna mac.
That'll be later.
I thought cold pizza.
I have to wait for the wife to leave for work.
So you're like me. You just do it opposite hours. You won't scarf in front of the wife. You wait till she leaves before you go full on.
Right now, usually, this is the only day of the week in which she works in the office. So, the other days, I just have to hide it and bring it into the room. And that's why I do all the eating here in the room.
There's nothing worse than the wife goes to bed. And I know she's going to bed. The lights go off, doors shut. And I'm like, ooh.
Now it's time. I can
now I can go get something.
You can go grazing.
And she walks out.
Right.
And the pantry door's open and my head's in there.
Yep. She says, what are you doing? Grazing. That's what I'm doing. I'm grazing. What are you doing?
You're supposed to be in bed right now.
Yeah. What do you mean, what am I doing? You know what I'm doing. I'm pondering what I want to eat. What are you doing?
No Pat today.
No Pat today. He's traveling.
Gonna be weird. That's part of my Friday headspace.
So Blades are up 2-1.
Mm-hmm.
What did they play?
Tomorrow.
Did they play 3 on the road? Did they have a home game Wednesday?
Yeah, home game Wednesday. They won 3-0. I think 3 or 4-0. And then so tonight, tomorrow, they win them both. They're back in the final.
They're gonna three-peat.
Funny thing is, Pat. Let's just say they only get a split or whatever.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Friday. Hope you've had a good week. And we won't be working on Monday. We'll have a best of along the Miller and Moulton radio network, or whatever the heck we are. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Hope you also get a chance to enjoy the holiday weekend. Please take note at some point during the weekend as to why it is a holiday weekend. I think we owe it to those at the very least. Our poll question, what sports thing interests you the most this Memorial Day weekend?
David, early voting, baseball is winning.
What?
That'll even out at some point.
What sporting event are you most looking forward to watching Memorial Day weekend? NHL playoffs, NBA playoffs, Indy 500, baseball. Baseball with a slight early edge. Now, I don't think they'll win when it's all said and done. But I'm just saying.
This may surprise you because I'm a big New York Rangers fan, but I am very into the Indy 500 this year.
You always have been. And I'm not being smart. This is, for whatever reason, the Indy 500, and you are an all sports fan. I will never deny that. But your gearhead comes out a couple times a year. And this is one of those times. You are You've always been into the Indy 500. In fact, we always talk about bucket list. Kentucky Derby's on the top of mine of events I want to see. I think it's on the top of yours, and I think the Indy 500 should be. The way you revere this race, this is something you should go see.
I don't know if there's a sporting event in this country that I want to see more that I have not been lucky enough to see. I really want to go. And you would think that, you would have thought, quite frankly, that we would have pulled that off 18 years doing a show together and what have you, but we haven't.
Well, and particularly with our first producer,
right?
Who was is a humongous Indy 500 fan.
He's a big Indy racing fan. He watches the qualifying all month long still. He sends us texts about it. We're like, is this still a thing? And he's like, don't go there. All right. Yeah. He watches old Indy races. Those of us that get
When
caught.
I would mock Jim Neighbors, it would drive him unbelievably angry.
All right. Literally, some of the biggest arguments he says he's had with his wife is when he's caught watching like either the 92 or the 94 Indy 500. One of the ones, I think, that little Al, either dramatically won or lost. All right. And she's like, the result of the race. He's like, yeah, it's coming up in about a half an hour. I'm not going anywhere. Okay. Yeah. But you're right. It's probably at the top of my bucket list of 58 years old. I would really love to take in Indy before I'm done.
Does your wife ever mock you for watching something like that? Does she ever come on and there's something on and she's like, what in the hell are you doing?
No, because she's watched 16 Candles 143 times. There are about 6 movies that she has watched. I've known her 30 years, and she will stop and watch every single time.
I usually text her when 16 Candles is on. It's the only David's wife and I have very limited communication. We do have communication because we both care for her husband. And every once in a while, we have to talk about him behind his back.
Not in a flattering way, is my guess.
No, mostly in a flattering way. But I will occasionally send her a text and say, AMC 16 Candles.
Thanks.
On now.
Yeah, appreciate it. So now, man, she always seems to know when it's on. I didn't realize she was getting help. So that's our poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X, MillerMoulton.com. Please vote accordingly. I have a very serious question. Most everybody listening is a college sports fan. Trent, I think, loves college sports sometimes more than he even loves pro sports, at least basketball. As big of an NBA fan as Trent is, I think he's an even bigger college basketball fan.
No doubt.
So how do you feel about what just took place this week? Every single power conference, which includes, by the way, the Pac-12, because they were voting on something that affects the past. So when the Pac-12 was still together, and technically the Pac-12 is still a conference for another 5 weeks. So the Power 5, the last thing they'll ever do as the Power 5 was to all individually agree to this $2.8 billion plan and to set up essentially an annual salary cap of up to $22 million for you to pay your athletes. Now, there's many interesting parts to this, Mark. This arrangement also, Mark, seems to get around Title IX.
Well, one of the articles that I read and I left up because I knew we were going to talk about this today is there's a big part that says terms were not disclosed, although some details have emerged. When terms are not disclosed,
right,
I tend to believe that something was done to screw the athlete. There's no way that this is going to benefit the athlete long term.
Well, reportedly, this deal deals with revenue generating sports that are tied to television revenue. Well, what sports get the most television revenue? We all know the answers. And so this deal, while also apparently going to limit future earnings for athletes, that amount still to be determined. It's also apparently going to determine which athletes are going to get the compensation, because it's all going to be based on television revenue that's coming in. Once again, what deal took place about 4 months ago that we highlighted? Most people didn't. ESPN made a deal with all the other NCAA sports, predominantly women, in which we said, and this was before the women's basketball tournament, wasn't it like $105 million annually ESPN's paying for all the other sports? And like 60 something of it is earmarked for women's basketball. And we said this was early in the season last year. Caitlin Clark was a thing. She wasn't quite a phenomenon yet. I mean, it was like 15 minutes away from happening. And we both said 60 something annually for the women's college basketball seems a little low, doesn't it? Now, then look what happens. 18 million people watching the women's final. Are you serious? That's 1 o'clock NFL numbers. And you're getting how much a year? The softball tournament, which will outdraw the baseball tournament, by the way. And you're getting what? 15 million bucks for that sport?
David, don't you almost think that these lobbyists have told the NCAA they're going to get the antitrust from Congress?
Well, if they don't, from what I'm reading, this deal means nothing if they don't get it. Because then future suits can just keep on coming and blow this whole deal up and say, well, that's cute. You made that deal for those 3 suits. Here's 3 more. How much are you going to put aside for this? That's why the president of the Notre Dame, in a statement saying we need Congress to intervene to save the great American institution of college sports. And then shortly after that, he brings up, or else it's going bankrupt. I mean, that's the way they've laid this out. So there's a lot to this. First off, this deal gets around Title IX. This does. Remember, the whole talk's been, if we're bringing all this money, we got to distribute it. No. They're saying, oh, no, this is all based on TV revenue.
And the other thing that I think will happen is this is furthering the demise of the Olympic sports as collegiate sports.
Don't see how it doesn't. Which, by the way, should affect how we perform in the Olympics. I don't know if we care about that anymore. But just like college football is the official minor league system of the NFL, I mean, basically, colleges are the official minor league system of the U.S. Olympic
for every sport
program.
For every sport not named gymnastics.
Right.
Literally.
And so how do you think this is going to help us in future Olympics?
With no money being put into those sports whatsoever, because they're going to put all their money into revenue-generating sports. Throw on top of that the cash group, the CAS.
Right. That's formed yesterday.
Right.
CAS, we put the H on the end. You mean the private equity folks?
The private equity money that's coming into colleges to help pay this. And part of what they're going to do is help streamline college athletics so they can make more money. Well, how do you make more money in college athletics? Cut the fat. What's the fat? Non-revenue generating sports.
You mean like most of our athletic department?
90% of it. You let private equity firms enter collegiate athletics. Goodbye, Olympic sports.
It's 2 sports, maybe 3 per school, right? Seriously.
Yes.
Football, men's basketball, maybe women's hoops.
And there are certain other schools. We all know some schools play hockey and draw. Some do baseball.
Right. So, some volleyball programs, some wrestling programs. But yes, for the most part, it's 2-3 sports a school that are profitable. Mm-hmm.
You bring private equity in, why would they? They've got to get their money back. How do they get their money back? They cut the fat.
Then I'm curious, let's just stick with college football for a moment and or college basketball. And we can keep talking about this. We don't have to limit it to just one segment. Are you okay with there being like a well-known dollar figure? I mean, going forward, Alabama, Ohio State, what have you. This is the best team 22 million can buy. Are we okay with that?
I think we need more. I mean, how's Alabama and Ohio State going to field teams for 22 million, David?
Well, I understand. Apparently, Ohio State spent 15 million just this offseason.
Right.
Well, we're going to have to, be tight with the budget going forward, Mark. I don't know what to tell you. But, make sure you just have, more chandeliers, more waterfalls.
The waterways of Naples are a beauty to behold, and the Bayfront Inn has multiple ways for guests to enjoy the water and have some fun. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn. Something for everyone. On 5th Avenue in Naples.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And I'm Todd with the Diamond District. I believe in complete transparency. If you're shopping for diamonds in Naples, you're paying too much. If you're shopping in the Cape,
There it is. There's the Tupperware. I was just a break off.
He can't hear us.
He knows I'm talking about him. He can hear it.
Here comes the drag.
I told you I just had to wait for her to leave. She leaves between 7 and 7:15.
Right when we take a break.
The good thing, too, is I'm just going to finish it right out of the bucket.
I like that you eat cereal out of Tupperware things. That's one of my favorites, David. Not a bowl. You pour it into a Tupperware bin. That is fantastic.
They're bigger.
They're bigger.
You buy a bigger bowl.
I get more cereal.
My freshman year of college, I lived on cereal. Lived on it. Because at the dining hall, I was at one of the dining halls at Michigan State where they had late night. There was only like 3 of them on campus, and they had late night food.
You don't eat.
I used to. If it's available, I eat. Problem here is I can't afford food, so I don't eat.
It's maybe what I need. How'd you lose weight? I went broke.
But I would seriously, I'd crush like 4 bowls of cereal every single night. And they had like 14 different dispensers with all the different kinds.
Right. And it just, they poured right out.
Unlimited.
And usually all of it's bad for you.
Oh,
With
yeah.
Single cereal. And maybe there was one that was corn flakes, but all the rest was sugar.
We're running the gauntlet. We're going Fruit Loops, Lucky Charms, Captain Crunch, Frosted Flakes.
Apologize.
7-Eleven pizza.
Trent, Mark has been with me when we've been out and we're someplace, either we're on the road and we stop, so we're unfamiliar with the place, or we're doing a live remote from somewhere in which, usually we eat at some point. And so Mark, of course, knows what he wants and, orders it and what have you. And they turn to me and I will say, you see all these dinner entrees? Which one has the most food?
It's my favorite.
And she'll go, this one. And I go, that's the one I want then.
Well, some menus have like the calories next to it.
No, I'm not interested in that at all.
No, I know, but you can base it off that somewhat, right? Because that's calories and your food kind of.
No, I mean, some things are just really fattening and what have you. No. I think the last time Mark and I were out having dinner, I had narrowed it down to two things. And I asked the waitress, I go, which one is more food? She said that one. I go, that's the one I want.
Paul, my favorite cereal growing up it's a little bit off the board, but honeycomb.
I loved Apple Jacks as a kid.
There's not much cereal I don't like, though, to be honest.
It's interesting. For as unhealthy as my
Michael, Michael, it's a great question. But you just eat more of it.
Then you get a stomachache.
No.
Well, if you eat fast.
No.
Okay, I do.
4 pounds.
I love the fact he's talking about all this food he's eating late night. None of it's good for you. He has never weighed more than 143 pounds. I mean,
Wearing his mother's T-shirt and it fits.
I know. Golly. Okay.
Oh.
Moulton's not going to die. He is going to spontaneously combust. He's just one day going to explode. One bite of tuna mac and it's just all going to come to an end.
Painless.
Michael, if you would have seen David take down the T-bone at Shula's,
I was totally screwed.
You were totally robbed because
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Matt Murschel of the Orlando Sentinel. He will join us coming up at the top of the hour. Trent Bally in the play of the day. Why do I channel my inner Van Earl Wright for that, which also is dating me? That's like a 30-year-old reference.
It's totally a 30-year-old reference.
CNN headlines sports. I mean, and this voice, we never saw what he looked like. And then all of a sudden, like 5 years later, they actually put him on television. It was like, oh my God. And he was a blonde Trent also. He was a skinny guy. He had this great deep voice. CNN headlines sports. You're thinking it's this 6'3", 230-pound burly guy who built his own log cabin in the woods of Montana. He's 5'8", $143, and blonde hair, shiny teeth. I'm Van Earl Wright. And it's like, wait a minute, what?
I'm looking this guy up.
That is the beauty of radio. We all, picture based on a voice what somebody looks like. And now, because of twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, you actually get to see him. And you go, wow, he's as fat as he talks about.
to think about that, just to go back to the headline sports.
CNN.
One line headline news actually had news.
Yeah, yes, it did. Right.
And twice an hour, what was it like 20? Was it 21 minutes and 51 minutes past the hour? I mean, it was the same time.
Yeah, right. Something like that.
21 and 51.
Yep.
So we had Sports Center on in the morning. But after about 10 a.m., they quit replaying the Sports Centers and they went on with bad programming.
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't get another Sports Center until 6 p.m. So when you needed your sports fix, CNN's headline news twice an hour gave you 90 seconds.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
See, I always find this so fascinating because I did catch the tail end of that. Like my childhood was that way. I mean, you watch Sports Center in the morning, and then, I mean, ESPN was a thing, of course, but you'd go to school and whatever. And nowadays with the cell phones, it's like you can just access that stuff whenever you want. It's changed the math for everybody.
Well, I heard, when we leave, this affiliate that we're on in Southwest Florida where I live is an ESPN affiliate. And Greeny's show is on. And he made a comment because he's got a bunch of young guys he works with. And he just kind of pulled the old guy thing. He says, guys, I'm older than the remote control. Which I don't think is true, but it is because remotes were around in the early 70s, but no one had them. We were the remote control. Your dad, and Trent, I know your dad. I guarantee that his father told him at one point, Donnie, go put Channel 5 on.
You had to physically get up.
You had to get up and walk to the television and change the damn channel. And there were only 3 of them.
We had the rabbit ears, which weren't that effective. And I remember there were times where I had to go up. Didn't you? You had to play with the rabbit ears. And then when you got it right, if you took your hand off the rabbit ears, the picture didn't stay. So I remember one time we were watching part of a game. I was standing next to the TV. I had to have my finger attached to the antenna. When I did, we got the best reception.
David, in 1979, the year Sparty wins the Natty with Magic.
Right.
And in the year before, when Magic played 2 years at Michigan State, my dad had a very good friend by the name of Bob Ellis. They were both Michigan State fans. We would go to Bob's house and watch the games. And even at that age, for whatever reason, I had the mojo to be able to get the games were actually on every once in a while, games were on the PBS channel out of Lansing. It's the only area, the Michigan State PBS channel actually broadcast the games, channel 23. So you had to have the UHF antenna.
Right.
To specifically get these channels. And we would go to Bob's house in the basement, and I had the mojo to get the channels. And there are many a game, David, that I watched while the 2 men sat in their loungers,
right,
watching the game, drinking Miller Lights, as I'm holding on to the damn antenna so that we could watch a game from 80 miles away and be able to see Michigan State play Ball State or whoever the hell it was in early December.
Your Spartans came very close because they lost to the eventual national champion Kentucky in the region final in 78 by 3. Like 52-49, something like that. And that Kentucky team was loaded, senior dominated. Rick Roby was probably the star player. Jack Givens starred in the title game, scoring 41. But, Magic might have won it as a freshman.
And he might have left after his freshman year then.
That was their toughest game, actually, in the tournament, was Michigan State in the region final. But 27 minutes after the hour, Matt Murschel will join us in a little more than a half an hour. We'll talk the Indy 500, by the way. Oh, yeah. Yep. My bucket list. All right. We're talking Indy. John Oreovicz, who's covered over 25 of them. He will join us to talk a little Indy 500. Time now for the Molly Maid play of the day.
Thank you, Vanner. All right.
I just thought,
whatever you're doing, don't change. It works. It's good.
Listen, just look him up. I'm telling you, he's as skinny as you.
He's 62 now. I did look him up.
Well, here's your play of the day. We had an incredible hockey game last night, and I'm just going to play it because Jack Michaels for 630 CHED in Edmonton absolutely lost his mind.
Hopkins with the trailer. Connor McDavid, who was robbed by Ottinger in the first OT. Up the board. Bouchard in front. Deflected home. And Edmonton wins the game. 3-2. It's Connor McDavid in double overtime.
Figured David would appreciate the pronunciation or enunciation, however you want to put it, of overtime there. And Mark, the color guy, losing his mind too.
Just lost it. Just screaming in the background.
This
Drowning out the whole call.
Tailor-made for you guys.
Usually the Canadian hockey announcers are a little more low-key.
On television, not radio. What the hell else is going on in Edmonton,
That's
Alberta? Are you
that's
serious?
just it.
I mean, this is it. Never mind. I mean, it is the one great thing. Somebody's going to win the cup who either hasn't won it since the 90s, Edmonton 90, Rangers 94, Stars 99, or in the Panthers case, the franchise has been around since the early 90s and they've never won it. So somebody's going to win the cup who hasn't won it between 25 and 35 years. I mean, that's cool.
Same
That's
thing
gonna
in
be
who?
awesome, right? I mean, Celtics haven't won it since 08.
Well, and even
know.
then, 08 was their only title since the Reagan administration, right?
Correct. Yeah, look at him. Look at him.
Wow.
Boy, we've really rubbed off on him.
I was going to say, I learned from the best.
Okay. I don't know what they're going to think about this. That his parents may be listening right now going, damn, he stayed too long.
Or he didn't stay long enough. It's one or the other.
So we're in Fargo, and my daughter's a little over 2 years old, and she said a word, and the O sounded a little bit like a Fargo accent. And my mother gets on the phone and says, if my granddaughter sounds like a Fargo kid, it's your fault. Get out of there now. So the first pressure on us to leave Fargo was from my mother.
You know,
She's listening now, right?
call Molly Maid. 774-5839. I can't do the whole accent I can't do numbers to it. I wanted to. 239-774-5839. Tell him to clean your house, you know.
Do it as Van Earl Wright. Do the Molly Maid ad as Van Earl Wright. Do the numbers. You can do the numbers as Van Earl Wright.
774-5839. Molly Maid, clean your house.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market?
Nice.
Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more.
There it is.
Fargo. Yeah, you betcha. My mother was like, get out of there. And I loved it. I did. I loved Fargo. I think I was the only one. CBW, it's a bit cold there in the spring. I mean, first day of fishing season used to be, I think, like the first Saturday in May. Well, no, it was around the Derby. It really was. Man, it was cold. Talking lake temperature like 40. First snow was always right around Halloween. A couple days before, a couple days after. It was always right around Halloween. Golf courses would close mid-October. Basically, you could golf Mother's Day to Columbus Day. You had about 5 months to golf. Some people would golf a little earlier than that, but yeah, like 5 months. No, E.B. Hill, the townsfolk did not like the movie Fargo. Those of us not from there loved it. Thought it was hysterical.
Here we go.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Matt Murschel, who covers UCF and college sports for a living for the Orlando Sentinel. He's also plugged in as to the city of Orlando and the efforts that they're making to try to get the Jacksonville Jaguars to play as many games as they need to play while they revamp their stadium. By the way, they also, it was learned yesterday that the new Jacksonville Stadium is going to be turf. Currently, it's grass. So that will affect the Florida-Georgia game. And obviously, Jaguars games going forward, that they're going to turn that field into synthetic turf. Just a footnote.
Do you guys care about that kind of thing, by the way?
I think football should be played on grass.
But some NFL athletes get up in arms. Like I remember Calvin Johnson talking about Soldier Field. He's like, the surface is terrible. If you have grass, you have to make sure you do it right.
Which
Why?
they did. It's not that hard. One of my favorite things about the Phil Steele magazine, and this is my geek golf part of me, is not only do they list whether it's grass or turf, they tell you what kind of grass it is.
Kentucky bluegrass. I took a 2-credit class at Michigan State called World of Turf. It's like the biggest joke ever. It was all stuff like that.
Wait, how many options are there? I mean, this isn't like World of Beer. I mean, World
There
of
are.
Turf.
No. What did you learn about turf?
Well, I mean, it was notoriously a blow-off class, so I didn't
You
retain much.
You didn't retain
You
anything?
don't remember anything?
I remember the term Kentucky bluegrass, and I know that it originated in Michigan. Michigan State actually created turf.
Yes, I did
So
know.
that's kind of why this class was a thing, is because it was invented at Michigan State, and therefore it's part of the lore for Sparty.
Okay. If you were an alum, would you rather be an alum from Michigan State where your claim to fame is we invented turf? Or would you rather be a Gator and your claim to fame is we invented Gatorade?
Gatorade.
Turf or Gatorade?
Gatorade.
Turf is more important. Gatorade's cooler. So it just depends. If you want to feel more important, Michigan State. If you want to feel cool, Gators.
Gatorade.
Speaking of poll question, we're asking in our poll question, what is it sports-wise you're most, wanting to watch this Memorial Day weekend? And a close vote, 4 options. They're all getting between 20 and 30% of the vote. All right, like it. Maybe it's a decent poll question then. NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs, Indy 500, Major League Baseball. First holiday of the year, really big holiday that, you think of with baseball, Memorial Day weekend. And so nice to see a lot of people fired up for the baseball. Last time I looked, I think hockey was winning by a vote. It was very close. Hockey at 30% had the lead, 21% was in fourth. So far, Mark, early running in this horse race, we're off to a good start.
Boy, you are right. A lot of votes for everything. Baseball getting a lot of love.
We're like 3-4 wide at the first turn here. I like it. All right. We got a good race. Off to a good speed and everything. So that's our poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X, or go to millerandmoulton.com and vote. We'd appreciate it. Getting back to the dominant topic, I think, of the day. If the powers that be running college sports, I mean, this is one of the few times, Mark, you have to agree, the NCAA and the Power 5 conferences are working together, and they've come up with this proposal/solution for the past, the present, and they have clearly stated what it is they want for the future. If Congress can come through, then this is how we're going to go about it going forward. Are you with me? On 3, break.
College athletics has put in a salary cap.
Basically.
Couple of texters asking, salary cap, huh? Of course, there will never be any cheating. We've gone full circle now. There's $20 million legitimately played, and we're back to where we were before. If you have to pay more, you do it secretly.
Isn't it crazy how fast this happened? Like the dam just broke, and now it's we had a couple years of pay for play /NIL, and now it's just, yep, we're paying athletes, salary cap, all that good stuff. The little guy is dead.
I got to give the new NCAA president, Charlie Baker, though, credit. I mean, he's had the job a little over a year, right? Didn't he take over like March 1st of last year?
Yep. Yes.
After what's-his-face? I mean, honestly, who's done a worse job? The guy who ran the Pac-12 into the ground, or the guy who ran the NCAA into the ground? And that's a tough vote right there. That's tough. I may still go Pac-12, Commissioner, but Whew, that's a tough one. So Charlie Baker, though, I mean, give him credit. He spent like the first 6, 8, 10 months, basically figuring out the landscape. And he realized landscape ain't good for us. And we're going to have to do some radical things here. And we're paying players. Hell, we're even going to play past players. And think about this coming from the NCAA, which a year and a half, 2 years ago, they were going, still trying to hold on to their amateurism model.
Well, they're still trying to hold on to their amateurism model. I mean, they're still calling these guys amateurs, even though they get $20 million salary cap.
Are they really? Now, I will say I did find it funny with the president of Notre Dame. He kind of has to. He referred to them as student athletes. I mean, I don't even know if the NCAA and the Power 5 conferences and this whole thing are referring to them as student athletes. But the president of Notre Dame did. I'm like, okay, I get it. You're still into that sort of thing. Okay.
Yours are.
Yeah.
At Notre Dame, they are student athletes. At Stanford, they are student athletes.
Right. And
there are places where they're required to get an education.
But I'll ask it again. Are we going to be okay? Come on. Those of us who are not naive have always known that there were some schools and some players who were getting compensated to play big-time college sports. We knew that. We didn't know how much, and for the most part, the compensation wasn't out in the open. Like, why did they take Reggie Bush's Heisman away? Because there was an automobile and housing involved, and they had evidence of it. The recruiting stories from back in the 70s, the 80s, and then the 90s, in which they joked about all of a sudden a kid's driving such and such an automobile around campus. And, oh, okay, we see what's going on here. So, come on, we're not naive. But we didn't know dollar figures. There wasn't.
And it wasn't the preposterous amount of money that's being thrown at the athletes now. Edgar Thompson on the show earlier this week talking about the parking lot of the Florida Gators.
Right.
Graham Mertz is rolling around in a Range Rover.
Right. And the 5-star recruit, his backup at quarterback, who's going to have to wait a year. Okay. He says he's driving around. That's a $90,000 car.
Right. Yeah, he's got a Bentley SUV. Seems reasonable to me.
Well, hey.
Have you seen what their quarterback plays look like the past few years? I think this is the best investment Florida's ever made.
It just means more, Mark. It just means more.
Yes.
But I'm just curious, college fan, are you going to be okay with literally a $22 million a year salary cap? That's what this is proposing going forward. That schools will be able to share revenue up to $22 million a year. Now, I got to admit, I don't know if that's $22 million for the whole athletic department or if that's $22 million just for football. I think it's $22 million for the athletic department, which then will be interesting in terms of how you're going to divvy that up.
Right, like at Duke, it's going to be different than at
Alabama. It's really easy. You got $22 million. You got $21 million for the football team.
Yeah,
you're
$1 million.
Probably
right.
You got $900,000 for the basketball team, and you got $100,000 for the rest of your sports.
Well, what is this going to do to NIL? Does that make NIL more important? Because you're going to get some money with just this.
First off, can we stop? Honestly, can we stop with NIL? It's not NIL.
Pay for play.
Not. Yes, it's pay for play.
Well, but I think what Trent's asking, David, is NIL a separate factor to this? I know it's pay for play. Just hear me out.
Okay.
We have $21 million that the athletic department is giving to athletes. If an athlete then goes and does a deal with a car dealership to show up on Saturdays and sign autographs, can he earn extra money? And we don't know because the details of this are not fully out there yet.
Right. First off, we have no idea if what has been agreed to this week is actually going to legally take hold. We don't. And then you're right, Mark. We don't know. Is there a way to then have added revenue? Like one of the things being proposed, and I know nobody really cares about this, but the city of Las Vegas decided that they were going to hand a $100,000 check to every member of the Las Vegas Aces WNBA team. That they feel that this team is really helping the city. I mean, they've won back-to-back championships, and they sell a bunch of tickets for their games, and they want to reward them and thank them for what they're doing for the city of Las Vegas. And so they're going to cut them all a check for $100,000. Well, the WNBA is like, doesn't that kind of circumvent our cap? And so that's another thing here, Mark. You know, are you allowed to have, you know, Galloway Ford, you know, in some community just go, well, that's great. You guys, for your TV revenue that you're doing this, we're going to throw in $1 million a year and we're going to give it to whatever.
Or we're giving all the linemen pickup trucks.
Yeah. On top of it.
Well, here's the thing. If you can do that, if you are allowed to do that, it becomes much more important because if you're going to a Power 5 school, you're guaranteed to get paid and everything else is gravy. So how much can you get?
How much gravy is there? We don't know.
And never mind, is it 22 million? I think it's 22 million. Based on this agreement, the money is supposed to go to the sports that are generating the television revenue. Because that's where the money is coming from. The teams get their television revenue. 22 million of it is then supposed to go to athlete compensation. In theory, to the sports that are generating the television revenue, right?
Yes. That's football and men's basketball.
Pretty much. We all know there are exceptions at other schools. But I'm just curious, are we okay with this? You know, Johnny in our Twitch chat room goes, I'm not okay with this, but A, I don't have a say, and B, what are my choices? I guess it's watch or don't watch. And he's like, I still want to watch. Okay.
There are lifetimes that people have put into watching these teams. I don't know of any more passionate fan base that there is in sports than the collegiate fan base. And I know that there are pro teams that have it, but it's not the same as Saturdays.
Do you think, though, because I don't think many people will stop watching.
I don't either.
However, we've always feared, Mark, that, you know, college Saturdays have a different feel than Sundays. And that's just what it is. It's a feeling. And if you lose that feeling, do you ever get it back? Do you think going forward, big time college athletics with so much money out in the open about it, do you think it's going to maintain the same feel?
No, I don't. Because I think this gets us closer to what you and I have talked about, a football breaking away almost and doing its own thing. Now they're telling football it's its own thing. They're basically saying that the only sport that really matters, which what we all have known, is college football. Because of the revenue being generated, it's gargantuan compared to the other sports. So this is closer and closer to looking like the NFL. And the one thing the college football fan always says is that they like Saturdays better than Sundays. I don't know how you tell the difference going forward. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability.
Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The law firm Logic Man, I know you're just joining us. The- we're doing what we're doing to A, so that you all stop hearing the same commercials over and over again, and B, our show in Jacksonville is video streamed, and they want that for the first 2 minutes as well.
It's only the Power 5 conferences, Gonzo.
Which in a month become Power 4. Unless the Pac-12 can reconstitute itself here.
You get to see all the off-air banter. It doesn't change anything. It literally doesn't change anything. For the 2.5 to 3.5 minutes that we air our commercials for our network that you hear every day, you just don't see us.
Right.
That's the only difference.
And we can't talk to you or each other during that time anyway because the commercials are blaring. So that's all.
You just occasionally miss David drinking the
Eating.
milk out of the Tupperware.
Right. I will say, I don't know if Matt's going to answer the phone coming up here in 2 minutes because Matt, I believe, is covering UCF in the Big 12 baseball tournament, and their game didn't start till after 10 o'clock Eastern. All right. So I'll be curious if Matt responds to our phone call here in 2-3 minutes. I mean, this was the day and time that he picked, but he picked it 3 days ago.
Well, he reposted it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's good.
Means he's up.
That's good. That's mighty nice of them.
Yep.
UCF in the Big 12 semis, by the way. And if you look at all the prognostications, they're getting an at-large in college baseball. So I will say I saw one last night, Mark. They kind of had the last four in, first four out, and both Florida and UCF were in. So whatever that's worth, we'll see if that happens. Mm-hmm.
It's revenue sharing, Adam. Just the money that they're making. They're earmarking $22 million for revenue sharing.
We have to earn your free subscription. Logic, I appreciate you putting the pressure on us that way. It's a pretty high standard we have to live up to. Hey, are you guys worthy of free? I don't know. Iffy.
You got Matt? Yeah. I said, you feeling rested? He goes, not at all. Okay, here we go.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Miller and Moulton on this Friday. Thanks so much for being with us. Our poll question: what sporting event this Memorial Day weekend are you most geared up for? Pardon the pun there, with it being a big racing weekend. But is it the NBA playoffs, the NHL playoffs, Indy 500, or Major League Baseball? First big holiday weekend of the Major League Baseball season. So vote accordingly. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X, or at millerandmoulton.com. Normally we're excited when we have a guest. I think we feel more guilty right now than we are excited. We're thrilled to have Matt Murschel of the Orlando Sentinel join us once again. But Matt, when we booked this, neither one of us knew you were going to have a 10:15 p.m. start time to a baseball game, and you were going to be filing a story 6 hours ago. Are we the reason that you're up?
Yeah, I would say that's the reason I'm up. It's funny. When we talked about doing this, like 3 or 4 days ago, I was like, oh, Friday will be perfect, and
right.
Then UCF baseball has decided to play these, late night games, because of the Big 12 tournament. And it's kind of been a familiar theme for UCF because softball had a 13-inning game last weekend that went until about 3 a.m. That I was covering. And then, baseball last night, because of extra innings and because everything got pushed back in the Big 12 tournament, didn't like you said, first pitch wasn't until 10:15. So it's been exciting games. I'm looking forward to how they wrap things up. And otherwise, I've got my cup of coffee and I'm ready to go.
Well, we're thankful of that. Follow Matt on X at OS Matt Murschel, OS Matt Murschel, MURSCHEL.
All right, Matt, one of the reasons we wanted to have you on was what's going on with the Jags, and is Orlando going to be their destination when they have to move their games? What are you hearing about what's going on between Orlando and the Jags?
Yeah, Orlando's been in contact with the Jags for quite some time. They've had discussions off and on for over a year now, just kind of talking about possibility of when Jacksonville goes through its stadium renovations and they're going to have to, find a temporary home in 2027. Orlando has said it's open for business. They want to and have opportunities to have these types of games. We're one of the few major cities in the state of Florida that doesn't, have an NFL franchise. And, The only thing that they've been able to host over the years is the Pro Bowl. They would love to get a regular season game in, Camping World Stadium. And so this is an opportunity there. So Orlando's been very active in talking with the Jags about maybe possibly making that happen, but they also know they're in competition. The Ben Hill Griffin Stadium at University of Florida is also a site that the Jacksonville is considering and looking at because, again, proximity-wise, it's about 70 miles. Jacksonville fans wouldn't have to necessarily travel as far, but they're going to have a lot of hurdles to clear with that one because, it would be college football season going on. They'd have to figure out what would work best for, which games would be going on, which Florida would be hosting at the time. So there's some challenges there. So Orlando's very much in it. They also have their own hurdles. They're going to have to figure out, stadium renovations on their own. They've just got approved for $400 million to upgrade their seating in the upper decks and do some other work. So they're hoping to have that done before everything goes well before the start of the 2027 season. So they're very interested and they hope that maybe Jacksonville will agree and maybe decide to have some of their games there.
Matt, has Tampa or Miami raised their hand to try to block this? Okay, I'm just curious, is Orlando technically in the Tampa circle, if you know what I mean? Or do the Bucs feel that this would infringe on their television rights at all, or is that not an issue?
No, I don't think that's an issue. I don't think Tampa Bay is really that invested in it. I think they have their own situations going on, and they just let Jacksonville kind of do its own thing. I could see where maybe you might be a little concerned, but I think because it's 2027, and I think they realize Jacksonville's got to find some place to play. There aren't going to be that many options where you're going to be able to host, over 60,000 fans if you could. So. Really, it's going to come down to Orlando, or in Gainesville. I know that Daytona has tried to throw its hat in the ring. Talked about maybe building a temporary stadium there as well to kind of host these games, but I think that's going to cost a little too much more money. And but Tampa and Miami have not, voiced, at least not that I've heard, have voiced any concerns about this and whether or not they want this to happen.
Matt, just a quick follow-up. When it's 1:00 on Sunday in Orlando, and say the Jags and Dolphins are both home, okay, and they're both on CBS, what game appears in the Orlando market, Jags or Dolphins?
Well, that's going to be an interesting one. I would think, that comes down to TV stations deciding who's got the contract. Because of some sometimes games can be blocked out. It may end up being Jacksonville. That's something I don't think anyone's really thought about at this point. That what's not going to happen, because again, I don't know if anyone's really. Because there's no decision been made, it's going to be really interesting to see. I'd be interested to see, what the fan base here would be like. Obviously this is a city that has a lot of mixed fan bases in the sense of you get a lot of different, fans from, Tampa Bay. I mentioned Miami. You're going to have Jacksonville fans here. It's going to be interesting. Will they come to games? Will Miami fans who they can't go to a Miami game, will they come to a Jacksonville game here in town just to catch an NFL game? So I think it's going to be interesting to see how that could impact if they do decide to play their games here in Orlando.
Yeah, if I were them, I'd pick Orlando just for that reason. I would be trying to further my fan base if I'm the Jags. I think that's an opportunity for them. We booked you to talk Jags in Orlando. Since then, this NCAA historic agreement, the Power 5 conferences and the NCAA with their agreement on the settlement, $22 million put aside for us, basically a salary cap going forward, a lot of payments. Just what do you make of the settlement that happened yesterday, Matt?
Well, I think it was inevitable. I think we were to a point now where the NCAA was looking around saying, listen, we've got to find a way to get this done, because I think they realized, as much as most people involved didn't want to have to come to this, I think they realized that, in the future, when you're looking around at court cases and things going on against the NCAA's track record and lawsuits has not been very well. They've lost the last handful, and they feel like, this was the right agreement to make. And they feel like at least this prevents more future lawsuits in regards to this kind of situation with NIL and these kind of payments to past players. And this is what they believe to be the right thing to do. Now, with where the challenge comes is, how do these schools pay for these, this revenue share? Again, they're on the hook for this up to $20 to $22 million annually. And, it's you have a lot of schools already struggling with their athletic budgets. So there's going to be some hard decisions that are coming in the fall. when this happens in 2025. There's going to be a lot of decisions that on whether, how many sports can you have? Again, Title IX plays a big part in this and how this money is going to be distributed and where it comes from. But, you're going to look around saying, if we can't afford to get this money off to the side, what do we do if you're an athletic department? Maybe you get rid of a program there or two. Maybe you decide you can't carry 21 sports. Maybe you go down to 18. Maybe they're gonna talking about looking at roster changes for football. Maybe they'll end up limiting rosters to 85 spots. That way, then maybe that could save some money. So there's a lot of things that are going to be on the table here when we're talking about this settlement and how it impacts college athletics. But we do know it's going to change amateurism. I mean, it's really going to make things a lot different than what things have been over the last 100 years or so when it comes to the NCAA sports. So big decision. I know you've probably seen a lot of statements out there from people from Notre Dame's presidents, to SEC and the ACC. Everyone agreed to this, but they also kind of did it begrudgingly because they understood this is kind of the way of the future of college athletics.
Matt Murschel, Orlando Sentinel. He covers UCF and college football as a whole. Follow him on X, OS Matt Murschel, OS Matt Murschel. How is UCF positioned going forward? Are they financially going to be okay to compete at the highest level, not just of the Big 12, but obviously they want to compete at the highest level, period? Do you think UCF financially is going to be okay?
I think they will be. I mean, again, UCF is still kind of transitioning into the Big 12. They haven't received their full revenue share this year or next year. Then they get it in I think it's 2025, 2026. So right now they're only doing half share, and that's been the challenge so far. I mean, because again, you're trying to go from a Group of 5 conference in the American where your yearly revenue was media revenue was probably around $7 million to $8 million. $7 to $10 million, depending on what happens, to where now you're getting 18 to 20 million, but you're right now still competing in a Power 5 conference. So, they've had to make some tough decisions when it comes to the budget, when it comes to travel and things like that. They've had to cut corners because their budget is razor thin right now. And I think that where this is going to come into effect, I think in the next couple of years is, can they decide how much are they going to make their payment? Is it going to be the full amount? When you look at how they've got ongoing, projects going on in the school, they're in the process of building, renovating the new tower for the football stadium, and that's they just got $88 million from Orlando tourism money, that's going to help them in that project. But they're also building a new football campus. A lot of schools and athletic departments across the country, because of this House ruling, are holding back, pressing stop on a lot of projects like that, because they don't want to invest a bunch of money into something and realize they're going to have to ask somebody from somewhere else. So I think UCF's got some tough decisions just like anyone else. And I know AD Terry Mahaja has been, I'm sure, busy going away, working on that as well. I haven't spoken to him in a couple months, so I'm sure after this news comes out, I'm sure he's like any AD. He's trying to figure out what's the best solution to make sure that you have this availability and it's not going to cripple your athletic department.
So do you go back to bed right now, or do you grab another cup of coffee and double down and you're up?
Well, I'll try to go back to bed at some point today. UCF plays semifinals tonight at 8:30. They get the winner of either, I think it's Oklahoma State and Texas Tech play at 4 or 5. And so the way things have gone with UCF, it could end up being a long game and everything. And listen, for the baseball team, this is a historic run for them. I mean, the first-year coach and Rich Wallace, they're in the Big 12 for the first time. I don't think anyone thought this program was going to get as far as they have. If they win tonight, they're in the championship game tomorrow. And I mean, that would be unbelievable, especially considering they would be the only program so far that has gotten into a Big 12 championship. They've now kind of locked themselves into the NCAA tournament. So, yeah, I'll probably try to grab a little bit of sleep here or there. But I'm excited. I mean, again, the last two baseball games have been unbelievable, performances, extra inning wins. And so it's been exciting to watch.
Matt Murschel at the Big 12 baseball tournament, UCF in the semis after beating Oklahoma State 7-6 and 10 last night, talking about UCF and Jacksonville, the Jags, possibly playing in Orlando. Matt, thanks for your time. Stay safe.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys. You guys take care.
Matt Murschel, follow him on X, OS Matt Murschel. Talk about what Matt had to say on the other side.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And
I forget who asked in the Twitch chat room earlier. I have not seen Notre Dame in any of the baseball field of 64 projections at all. And Mark, the one thing I will say, East Carolina's loss last night puts them very dangerously close to maybe losing being a region site. Like
A region site or a super region site?
No,
They've been locked in for a super region for a while.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at a field of 64 projection right now, has them as the 16 seed.
Oh, really?
So, you know. FGCU's in the semis. They play Stetson tomorrow at 3 at Stetson.
Wow. Home field advantage into land is like nothing you've ever seen before.
If Jacksonville wins tonight, 3 of the final 4 in the A-Sun baseball tournament will all be from Florida. I will say whoever wins the A-Sun, they're going to end up being sent to either the Tallahassee or the Athens, Georgia regional. So I'd love for FGCU to go to Tallahassee. I'd call up Jeff Cameron and say, hey, how about we get together, have a couple beers, watch a college baseball game. His dog just died. He's had a rough week.
If you want to text John, the 92 Indy 500 was today.
Did they have some sort of like team bonding event here yesterday?
Where's Are you talking about in the building in which you're sitting?
Yes.
Okay. First off, we don't care at all.
In the break room, they got like all these hot dog buns.
Really?
I think they had a little barbecue yesterday. It looked like they had the grill set up and some tables outside.
They just laid off like 7% of their workforce.
Got rid of the production guy who's only been here for 30 years, the most well-liked guy in the building.
Yeah, I used to say good morning to Tom every morning.
Well, they got rid of him. They got rid of Rick Peterson down the hall, the production guy. They got rid of a sales assistant. They got rid of a business assistant. Shane's beside himself.
Did you guys ever go to like the Christmas parties?
Yeah, I love. Don't even get me started. We'd fight over this because if you didn't show up, they looked badly upon you.
And David, I'm guessing David hated the Christmas parties.
Hated.
Here's the
But
problem.
his wife
though.
loved it.
Thank you. Mark had an ally in my wife.
Another reason I'd text David's wife. Hey, just to let you know, the Beasley Christmas party is.
Don't laugh. He used to do it. Man, it used to honk me off. Yep. And I would go, hey, thanks a lot, buddy. Now guess what I'm doing?
I'm just picturing David at these events. I think it's hilarious. Pretending to like people you don't like.
No, I wouldn't at all. No, I wouldn't at all. They would try to be nice to me. And I'd literally, the one female business manager, I would glare at her. Like, don't come over and talk to me. Don't try to be nice in front of my wife. First off, the food and drinks.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"21 minutes past the hour. Top of the morning to you. Hope your week's gone well. How the heck are you? We're Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. What are you grinning about over there?
The transition that you just went through during the 3-2-1, basically, because you were beside yourself for 90 seconds, and it was all Trent's fault, and he had no idea. He had no idea.
Unbelievable.
He just threw up an innocent little and set you off with my help.
Yes, very much with your help. Hey, do
This
you
is how
guys
you
like
gotta
Christmas
trust him.
parties? Right. Did you go to the station Christmas parties? Oh, for goodness sakes. I just want to get to the end of the show and the end of the week. Gonna have a 3-day weekend for the first time since 2019. Okay, we just come on. So, do you like them? I like them. Do you guys have ugly sweater contests?
This is why you have to watch on Twitch. You get the content of the commercial breaks. Like me asking David about Christmas parties and him going on a 90-second monologue about how much he hates company Christmas parties.
And I love them because many places I worked at either didn't have them or I was a hockey broadcaster. A lot of the times the Saturday before Christmas, the team I worked for is on the road. So that we're not part of that Christmas party. So I, didn't attend because I was working. And I like a good old-fashioned Christmas party, a good old-fashioned party. And, well, sometimes those parties you have to attend, not everybody in the room likes you. And you don't like everybody in the room.
There we go. Now we're getting to it. Okay. So let me get this straight. I have a night with my wife, and I have to spend it with a bunch of people I don't like, who I know don't like me. And by the way, I'm making them a ton of money. and they still don't like me. Okay. But she wants to go. Come on, let's put on that ugly sweater. Let's get into the spirit of things. Oh, for goodness sakes.
If anything that I could make happen in this, our final act doing a show together, would be somehow to have a Christmas party to make sure that we get together at the holidays and break bread.
Okay, and Trent, here's what sealed the deal with me and company Christmas parties. First off, since I worked in the broadcast industry, I literally, with the exception of like one time, never received a Christmas bonus. Okay, so that always, it seemed like everybody else I knew, they got a Christmas bonus from their job.
Significant bonuses too. I mean, like my wife gets a nice Christmas bonus. It's healthy. You look at that envelope and you're leaving, and she opens the envelope. I'm driving home from that party, and we're going, man, he took care of her again. What a job. And never. I'm with David. I worked in pro sports and I've worked in radio. Christmas bonuses, yeah, whatever.
No, right. So it's another reason why the whole Christmas party thing, secondly, plus we spend a lot of time around each other. We have to spend more. I mean, really? I mean, I'd kind of like to spend it with other people. But if you don't go, you're seen as a bad person and they hold it against you. And we would take note over the years, too, of those that didn't go who would eventually be replaced. I mean, we'd go, well, so-and-so didn't go to Christmas party. He's not going to make next year's. And sure enough, it would turn out to be true a lot.
Two things that would happen. One, not making it to the Christmas party was a detriment to your employment. And then there was always, why I would go is that there was always the one person that basically donned the lampshade. That the Christmas party, they went hell-bent for leather, and they're rip-roaring drunk early in the party.
But here's what sealed the deal, Trent. So 1 year, I said, you know what? I'm going to change my attitude. I'm going to embrace the Christmas party. And there was someone with the station who was in charge of it, and we didn't like each other at all. And I have to admit, we didn't really hide it, which I respected her for. Okay, I did. Okay, she didn't fake it around me, and goodness knows I didn't fake it around her. But she's throwing the party, and I even said to her, I said, you know what? I'm going to come. I'm all in. All right. And are we doing an ugly sweater contest? And she said, yes. And I said, okay, I got the winner. And I showed up, and Trent, there wasn't a person in the room who didn't say, oh, you're wearing the winner. This is horrendous. This is hideous.
He's not lying.
Okay. And here's the best. It was a woman's sweater, and everybody knew. Okay. So first off, to find a woman's sweater that would fit me, okay, never mind how hideous it was, where literally you walked in and you're like, well, just give him the money. And Mark, at the end of the day, who won the ugly sweater contest?
Not you.
Nope. And that's when I literally at that moment turned, looked at you, and said, never again.
Fix was in. She was not going to let David win the ugly sweater contest.
Fix was in.
Fix was in.
And David probably never forgave her for it. I'm going to guess.
Oh, God, no.
Well, first off, there was nothing. She could have given me it and $1,000 check, and I still would have hated her. Okay. But, all right. That's when I'm like, come on. I mean, listen, it's not like everybody in the room liked me. I mean, most of the room didn't. Okay. And they all were like, oh, man, you got this one, man. That's impressive.
That's David's with this person. Mine with this person. And I don't know how I kept my job. She had some work done.
Oh, God.
And I had to meet with her every morning. At that time, I was doing afternoons. David was before we had teamed up together. And I met with her every morning. And I walked into her office and I said, I'm here to see so-and-so. And it was her. She looked so off by having this work done. I didn't recognize her. And I literally walked out of the room and went, well, I'm fired today.
That's outstanding. It's hard to top that. Of all the ways you could get fired, that's
yes, it really is. Okay. I mean, that might be worse than you walk up to, you see a woman and you go, "Oh, wow, congratulations. When's the baby?" And they're not pregnant. I mean, it's right there with that. Okay. I mean, it really is.
It really is.
It's right there. In which you're like, "Oh, congratulations, you're pregnant." I'm not pregnant. Well, of course you're not. I don't know what I was thinking. Okay. Or, you can't recognize them because they've had so much work done. They don't look like they did when you last saw them. Right.
Somehow I kept my job through that. I mean, I eventually got fired because we all did around here, but on to another day.
So, yeah, you had to bring up Christmas parties.
And he did it so innocently.
I know. Hey, do you guys like Christmas parties?
There are certain things that I just know I'm going to get a good reaction, whether it's good or bad, and I just want to know. That's what the commercial breaks are for. So again, I urge you, if you're listening on the radio, it's worth it to take in the Twitch stream. You get to see the physical agony that David goes through when I ask about company Christmas parties.
YouTube or Twitch, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. That's how you check it out. You can get a subscription for free if you have an Amazon Prime account. It doesn't cost you anything anyhow.
Can we wake Matt Murschel back up? Okay. Oh, man. Just Christmas parties.
He did say a lot, and one of the things we've talked about with this new settlement, what does it mean for the Olympic sports? Matt Murschel, first thing he said when we talked about it, well, they're going to have to look hard at their athletic departments and possibly cut sports. That was his first take.
I mean, I think it's a sure thing they're going to have to cut sports.
Well, think about it. I mean, Trent, you're a swimmer, right? You went to Michigan State. Didn't they just cancel the program?
They did.
It's a Big Ten school.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0009.
Yeah, literally sat down with my sales manager on a Monday. She'd had a bunch of she had lips done. She looked like the Joker.
I thought you were talking about boob job.
No, she had facial work done. And I'm like, I'm supposed to meet with Dawn.
Speaking.
And she's like, looked at me like, what do you mean? I am. And I'm like, wow. I walked out of that room going, I am so fired.
That's hilarious. I knew one of you, I didn't know which one, but one of you was going to have a great reaction to that question.
Who's older, Tommy Chong, as in Cheech and Chong, or Bob Dylan?
Bob Dylan.
Chong by 3
Really?
years. He's 86 today.
Wow.
Bob Dylan's 83.
Do you like Bob Dylan?
Love.
Okay.
I know the voice sucks, but
Yeah,
like the Hurricane, All Along the Watchtower, there's so many great.
Hendrix version of All Along the Watchtower is outstanding. Oh. It's probably a top 10 song for me. David, did you watch the Bon Jovi documentary yet?
Not yet. Not yet. My wife, the middle to end of my wife's weeks are really hard. And so she's not in the mood for a lot of downtime at the end of the week. So, but
Gotcha.
we've got it. I mean, the whole weekend. Oh, yeah. We got stuff lined up. Yep. She'll be all in on that.
Is there a single person from Jersey that doesn't like Bon Jovi?
Oh,
Or
sure.
Springsteen?
Well, Springsteen's a different story. And
Mark, is there a Michigan/Detroit musician that you don't like? That like everyone kind of claims and you just can't get behind it? You like Kid Rock, you like Eminem.
I like Kid Rock, I like
Seeger.
Eminem, I like Seeger, I like Ted Nugent. I don't think is there another one that I'm missing from a rock standpoint?
No. That's the big ones.
Well, see, Irish football, there was only at our Christmas parties, it was like 2 drinks for free.
Yeah.
Then you had to pay.
Yeah, but usually Seth or Shane would give you more free tickets.
Mark, you grilling this weekend?
I don't know what I'm doing this weekend.
Canada Relief wants to know who's firing up the grill. Well, you know, we're not. We don't have one. It's funny. I used to grill a couple times a year for the church. I used to love it. I really did. I loved it.
I still find that I guess just that you still don't grill, even though because are there grills there like for the community that you can go use, or do you have to have one in your garage and wheel it out if you had a grill?
Yeah, we'd have to have it on the lanai. No, there's no. I don't think there's 2 pools, but I don't think there's a grill at either pool.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour. John Oreovicz, who covers the Indy 500, will join us at the top of the hour, the Diamond District bonus hour, and the 239 and the 904. Miller and Moulton, thanks for being with us. Our poll question: what sporting event are you most interested in this Memorial Day weekend, whether it's the Stanley Cup playoffs, the NBA playoffs, Major League Baseball, or Indy? And I know the Formula One race in Monaco and Coca-Cola 600, but come on now. In this country, the Indy 500, it's one of those bell cow sporting events.
And the top of David Moulton's bucket list, for those that are wondering.
Which I know will probably seem strange to many of you because I'm a diehard New York Rangers fan, but I'm all in. I love when a NASCAR driver tries to do the double, and I love the race. I do. I've been fascinated by it since I was a kid, and I'm amazed that it was such a big deal in this country, since the fact that it was raced obviously in the middle of the day, and we didn't see it until 8:00 at night. And yet we had no problems with it being tape delayed, in which the race was literally over for hours before we got to see it. But because technology, we didn't necessarily know who won. And so, yep, I've always loved the race.
21,000's the text line. Want to vote on the poll question? Miller_Moulton on X. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton.
So did you catch Barkley yesterday? He's been doing a lot of interviews.
I caught one. I caught part of one when he talked about the morale at TNT.
He said it sucks.
It sucks.
Right, it sucks. So if you've listened to the show for any period of time, you know that we don't always play well with others, others oftentimes being our bosses. And so, and part of the reason that we don't play well with others is that we have communicated our displeasure with our bosses to our bosses. All right. Part of our charm. And it has not necessarily helped us. Okay. But we just can't help ourselves. Is that a fair statement, Mark?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. So I don't know if you could appreciate this as much as I did, and maybe everybody else appreciates it too, because they would love to be able to speak this way about their bosses. But Charles Barkley has spent the last 2 days, every interview that he's given, trashing the people that are running Turner, saying they completely screwed this up. They deserve to lose their jobs. There's no reason at all we ever should have lost this. Apparently, it came down to $200 million a year that the NBA was willing to do, because there's talk that the NBA was upset with the guy who's the head of Turner because a year and a half ago, he said, oh, we could go on without the NBA. We'd be fine. And so there's talk that Adam Silver held that against him. Maybe, maybe not. Who will know? It's not like we'll ever really find out. Like Adam Silver will go, oh, yeah, I took that personally. No, we're not going to find that out. But apparently they got as close as the NBA said to Turner, $2.3 billion a year, deals done. And Turner would only go to 2.1. Now that's annually. And so $200 million a year, and this is going to be a multi-year deal. I mean, that could be $2 billion. But apparently that's how close they were. 2.3 to 2.1. Now, for the record, ESPN's paying 2.8 and NBC's paying 2.6. Amazon's going to end up paying 2. So the NBA is going to get 7.4 billion annually from their network TV deals. Now, the NFL almost gets double that.
And what they'll get next time will be obscene.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, that is the one part of these contracts that the NFL is sitting back there licking their chops going, if you're paying the NBA that, what are you going to give us next time?
I mean, we'll say it again. ESPN/ABC is going to be writing checks to the NBA, which are bigger than the checks they're writing to the NFL by $100 million a year. NBC is going to be writing checks to the NBA that are $600 million more a year than what they're writing to the NFL. Now the NFL's got more broadcast partners and what have you, but still going forward. We're talk all the time about the quarterback market. Burrow signed for 50, Goff or 55, Goff signed for 53. And whether or not quarterbacks, are they equal to them or lesser than them, but they're coming along after them. I mean, think about it in terms of negotiating from the NFL standpoint. They're going to look at ABC, ESPN, and NBC however many years from now, as soon as they can. I mean, they're going to want to get out of this contract as soon as possible. They will change the terms of this agreement tomorrow if they can sit down and renegotiate.
In fact, David, what was Goodell talking about this week that made news? 18 games.
Right.
What does 18 games do? Opens up the TV contracts.
At least to some degree. At least at the very least that the leagues that prorated will have to throw more money on the hopper. But I mean, don't you think Goodell and the NFL looks at these networks? And by the way, this could be the end of network television. I mean, don't you think that the networks don't survive without the NFL?
Yes.
But
and NBC doesn't think they're going to survive without sports, period, with the money they're spending with the NBA, David.
And that's kind of apparently the debate that Turner had. Turner's like, well, we can't pay the bills if we give the NBA this much money. And then it's the other way. It's like, yeah, but we're charging $3 a head to every cable customer. That's with the NBA. Do you know how many customers we're going to lose without the NBA? And then they're trying to figure out, well, how many they're going to lose? Or, well, what if we reduce it from $3 to $2? Well, people keep paying it, and they're having to do that dance.
And to your point, you've said this to me a few times. And for all of us out there, what are you watching on TBS, TNT, and True TV that's not sports?
I mean, they got the NCAA tournament. They have hockey. They do have Tuesday night baseball. I can't imagine that's attracting a big audience. But once again, it's programming. They're doing it because, programming. And they've got the NBA. And it looks like for only one more year.
See, this is where I would be snarky and say the Star Wars marathon. But you can't even say that now because that's on Disney Plus. People can just go watch it there without commercials.
I mean, Die Hard, I guess. I feel
like
as if
movies with commercials.
Right.
Who watches movies with commercials?
Besides my wife, because you text her all her favorite movies. Thanks. Very few. But anyway, so that's apparently, the money in sports thing. A huge week. NBA looks at their new broadcast partners and then this college sports deal.
And not just the college sports deal, but the capital arrangement for the cash group there.
Oh, yeah, the private equity money. Right.
Big week for money in sports.
Staggering week for money in sports. Here's my question. What if this college deal doesn't go through? I mean, Congress doesn't throw out antitrust exemptions very often. I mean, the NFL doesn't have one. They don't have a full one. They don't. The only sport that's got a full antitrust is baseball. And that was given 100 years ago. I mean, that's the other thing, Mark. We talk about this all the time. You give it to one, you're going to have to get. You don't think the NFL's standing there going, wait, you're going to give them? Why not? We've asked you for it. How much money you need in your campaigns? We can afford it. I mean, basically, they struck this deal, but then also said, Congress, if you don't give us the deal that we need, we're going to go bankrupt. Bankrupt. They used the word, we're going to go bankrupt. Now, you can believe them or not. You could think they're bluffing. And come on, with all the money that's out there, are you serious? I mean, we talked about it yesterday. Penn State is dipping into their pocket for $700 million to renovate their football stadium. You sure they can't afford to play sports going forward? whether they get Congress to act or not.
But they're not all going to their pocket. We just had Matt Murschel on. How's
Right.
UCF's new football building, new football facility and buildings getting done? The Orlando Tourism Department.
Which made me think, by the way, when he gave that answer a half hour ago. So could other cities get involved in financing their main Division I athletic department? I mean, seriously, we just talked about the city of Las Vegas is writing $1.2 million in checks. All 12 members of the Las Vegas Aces, they're giving them $100,000 each. Well, I mean, going forward in these college towns, what would the town be without the college? I mean, if they literally, Mark, let's just say they're right. I mean, I think you and I both think they're lying. They're exaggerating that they'd go bankrupt without congressional intervention here. But let's just say they're right. And what if the University of Florida turned to the city of Gainesville and said, we need a couple $1 million a year to help pay our bills?
I don't know if the cities have it, but if they have it, how would they be able to refuse the generation or the amount of money generated rather by these colleges for the city?
Right.
The cities don't exist without the college.
So just wondering, is that also where we're headed? I mean, is what Las Vegas doing to the Aces? Are we going to end up with that? I mean, we talked about it when it happened a year ago with Orlando and the county. They were going to throw money UCF's way. We're like, this doesn't happen a lot.
Right, because they were trying to, Pat Williams was trying to get it for baseball.
Right.
I mean, there were a few people with their hands out for that money. UCF appears to have gotten it.
Yeah, and the taxpayers were okay with it. No, not all of them, obviously, but they were okay with it. Nobody got voted out of office. Logic Man in our Twitch chat room says, I would look at the universities and say, you ain't moving. Where are you going to go?
I'm with Logic Man. I am. I mean, good for Orlando that they got this done and they feel that's the right move, going to the Big 12, new people coming to the city. There's a lot of tourism money, obviously, in that town. But I can't see Tallahassee pulling off the same deal, if you know what I mean. Hey, we're in the Big Ten now. We need Tallahassee to pony up $5 million.
Well, Florida State wouldn't even ask. They'd say, oh, don't worry. We got a private equity guy. We've been negotiating with them for, before ESPN screwed us out of the playoff. Don't worry. We're good. We'll take care of it. You just help get us out of the ACC. If there's any, pressure on a judge or, the attorney general's involved threatening to sue, you just do whatever you can to get us out of the ACC. We'll take it from there, boys. Don't you worry. We're good. We got it. I have no proof. I have no evidence. All right. I have no sources. I think Florida State's going to the Big Ten. I think it's like Oklahoma and Texas going to the SEC. That deal, okay, there's no proof. Nobody's ever written a story or what have you. I am absolutely convinced it's like when Jimbo left Florida State to go to Texas A&M, and that one reporter in Houston said, oh, yeah, they got a deal in the drawer. It was done in October. I saw it. Okay, same thing with Oklahoma, Texas. That deal was done for 6 months until it got announced at the SEC meetings. I am absolutely convinced of it. What league does their TV deal with a network 4 years early? No one. Costs you hundreds of millions of dollars. But Texas and Oklahoma came along with it. You'll never convince me otherwise. And this is not somebody sour grapes because they're leaving CBS. I could care less. I get paid the same amount no matter what conference game I'm doing. I am convinced the deal was in the drawer for months for that.
And you think it's in the drawer again for Florida State?
There's no way Florida State's taking the action that they're taking if they don't know they have a landing spot. You can't convince me otherwise. But then again, I could be wrong.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239.
Hey, I was looking for it and I didn't see it, but I finally just looked it up. We beat Louisville for the Preakness.
So second to Baltimore.
I'm explaining to him that this market is like insane with horse racing.
Horse racing and Indy. We'll be a top 5. We'll be a top 3 Indy mark for the Indy 500 too. Don't ask me why, but we got old people that watch sports here, man.
Golf, Indy 500, Kentucky, all the Triple Crown racing, NHL.
Yes.
NHL, Southwest Florida, often a top 10 market, number 2 market in the country for a market that doesn't have an NHL team.
Only behind Providence, right?
Or Milwaukee. So maybe third then.
Well, it depends on who's in it. We may end up being first without Chicago or Boston making a run, David.
It's possible.
What about the Daytona 500, Irish? I don't believe we're a top market for the Daytona 500.
No.
That is so weird, by the way, that IndyCar is huge here, but not NASCAR.
Right.
Because you'd think it's all the same fans.
You
but
would.
It's nuanced.
Yeah, Indy's older.
John might want to read this guy's book that we've got on.
He's got like 3 books, I think he's
Well,
read.
the one on the Indy split.
Yeah.
Is the one I'm referring to.
Okay, he's ready, and here we go.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour, final hour for us of the week. We're doing a best of show on Monday. We'll be back live on Tuesday. Have a great Memorial Day weekend. Take it in. Take a moment, please, to honor why it is a Memorial Day weekend. Our poll question, very frivolous. They always are, but vote if you can. So what's the sporting event you're most interested in this Memorial Day weekend, whether it be the NBA playoffs, the Stanley Cup playoffs, Major League Baseball, or the Indy 500, which got my vote and we think would get the vote of our next guest. John Oreovicz has covered IndyCar racing for nearly 30 years. He's written multiple books about it. You can follow John on X at Indy Oreo, R-O-E-O, Indy Oreo. John, it's David and Mark. Thanks for doing this. How are you?
Morning, fellas. Thanks for having me on.
Well, it is our pleasure. All right. I said earlier in the show that this is on my bucket list. In fact, it might be number 1 on my bucket list. And I've covered racing before. I've covered NASCAR. I covered IndyCar back in the 80s at Pocono. But tell me something about the Indy 500, even though I've experienced racing and have covered it, that is different about Indy than anything else.
Well, it's one of those events that you can watch it on TV or listen to it on the radio, as some folks still prefer to do. But it's one of those events that you have to experience it in person to truly understand the magnitude of it. It's one of those events where you want to get to your seat at 7:30 in the morning and actually sit through all the pomp and the pageantry and the tradition and the history and everything, because I think the only thing you could really relate it to in America is the Kentucky Derby, and just the way it involves the entire community, and it's much more than a one-day event. I mean, a lot's made about the fact that the Indy 500 doesn't start on May 1st and go through May 30th like it did in the so-called glory days. But at the same time, it is, for us here in Indianapolis, it is a month-long event with events like the mini marathon, and they run a race on the road course, and they still run qualifying on a separate weekend. So, you know, the event has evolved, but on the overall spectrum of sports events, it's still near the very, very top.
And this year, for those of us that follow a little bit of NASCAR, Kyle Larson racing both the Indianapolis 500 and the Cocoa 600 is a big deal. Is it a big deal to those in the Indy world?
Well, it really is. and I wrote a story about Kyle's preparations for the 500 for the current issue of Racer magazine. Indianapolis, a lot of it had to do with the IndyCar split that occurred 25 years ago or so now. Closer to 30 years ago. And Indianapolis really became a NASCAR town at that time because that kind of coincided with when the Brickyard 400 started in the mid-90s. And so NASCAR gets a lot of love here in Indianapolis, even if the grandstands in the Brickyard 400 don't show it anymore. And Larson, it's, let's face it, it's the biggest story in American racing this weekend. He's been very impressive in practice and qualifying. He hasn't put a wheel wrong. No close calls, no close shaves. I mean, I think the closest thing to a moment he had was when he was in testing in Phoenix in February. He's been fast, he's been smooth, he's been impressive. But it's kind of like the situation with Fernando Alonso when he first raced here in 2017, and he was competitive and he was running in the top 5 near the end of the race before his engine blew. There's a belief that the real racing doesn't really start until the last 50 or 100 miles, and Alonso didn't really get a chance to race, so to speak. So let's see where Larson is at the 400-mile mark, and if he's positioned anywhere in the top 6 or so, he's got a real shot at it. There's no telling the way yellow flags and, in the recent trend, red flags can go. But if you're in the mix, you can win it, and the notion of then jumping in a helicopter and an airplane and then flying to Charlotte and doing 600 more miles in a stock car is it's pretty daunting, I think. But I think if anybody is up to the challenge at this point, it's Kyle.
John Oreovicz covers IndyCar racing and the Indy 500. Follow him on X at Indy Oreo, Indy Oreo. What have people in racing told you is the most impressive thing about going from NASCAR to an IndyCar that the driver has to do? Is it just the difference in the cars? Is it restarts, which are very different? IndyCar, to NASCAR, the pit stops are different. What do the people in the industry tell you is the most impressive thing if you're trying to do both?
I think Kyle would tell you himself that it's going to be a learning process for him until the checkered flag falls. Just before I stepped outside, the McLaren team was having a press conference, and Larson himself was saying, I can't really experience restarts until the race. We can do all we can to simulate them with our team cars or whatever, but nothing is going to recreate race conditions. So, he gets to practice hot pit stops today. That's part of the carb day practice, is kind of a warm up for the crews and the drivers to get used to doing their in and out laps and in and out of the pit box at speed. So it's a and that's why I'm so impressed with everything he's done, because of, the old saying that the only thing similar is that they've got 4 wheels and a steering wheel it's pretty darn close. The dynamics of the car, the way the performance is achieved from the car, the fact that Kyle's topping out here in the low 240s instead of, close to 200 on the straights. It's a completely different driving experience. If you're talking about an oval track, it's about as different as you're going to get it compared to, like say going from an oval to a road course and that type of transition. And he's done it all with aplomb. His attitude's been great. It'd be easy to get, kind of frustrated, I would think, with all the travel and logistics and now all the worries about the weather on Sunday. But he just seems to be serene through it all. And I guess that's the kind of mindset that helps him, be who he is, a guy that races 200 times a year.
How are the other drivers with it? Do they welcome this? Are they resentful at all that someone's trying to do both, or is this something that they encourage?
I think they encourage it because in the modern day, drivers are so locked into being specialists, whether you're a Formula One driver or a NASCAR driver or whatever. And so the guys that truly do get the opportunity to branch out and diversify, and not only that, show that they can be good at anything, whether it's a midget or a sprint car or a sports car. Larson's won the Rolex 24 sports car race at Daytona, and now he's trying an IndyCar. I think the guys really respect the guys that not only have the capability
or the talent to do that, but also just the contractual ability to do that. You get locked into a career these days, and you don't really get a chance to branch out.
Is this the Penske team's race to lose? Obviously, they captured the front row in qualifying. Obviously, there are other fast cars, but does it feel like this is Penske's race to lose? Maybe too tough because a lot can happen, obviously, in the Indy 500. But are they the clear favorites?
Well, you'd have to say based on the qualifying speed that they showed that they are. There's a number of factors involved. Number one, for qualifying, Indianapolis lets the teams use extra turbocharger boost in an effort to create faster speeds and hopefully eventually set a track record that's existed since 1996. And clearly this year, unlike in years past, the Chevrolet engine was a better performer under these high turbo boost conditions. In the last few years, when they turned up the boost for qualifying, the Honda cars generally gained an advantage, more so than the Chevys. But this year, the Chevys jumped ahead. And it's just so hard to assess and not comment on the cheating scandal that Penske got embroiled in, which involved manipulating turbocharger boost. It's just that whole thing that unfolded earlier this year, which got Joseph Newgarden and Scott McLaughlin disqualified from the St. Petersburg race after they finished on the podium and Newgarden even won it. It's just left a sour taste in everyone's mouth. And then to see Penske come out and run 1, 2, 3 here at Indianapolis with the stigma of that still in the air, it's tough to be objective about it if you can understand that. I think you'd have to say the Penske cars are the favorite just because they've got great drivers, they've got great teams, even though some of their key personnel have been suspended because of this cheating scandal. But this is it's a long, difficult race, and you look at the fact that Scott Dixon, who's arguably the greatest IndyCar driver of his generation with 6 championships, he's only won the Indy 500 once back in 2008. He's been the guy to beat in recent years, but this year he's back on the 7th row. Again, the Hondas didn't run very well in qualifying, and he's a Honda. So it shows you just, how difficult this race can be. If Mario Andretti can win it only once, and you look at all he accomplished, then yeah, it's a wild card.
Big crowd expected, right? Like bigger than it's been in a few years. I mean, I've seen reports of like 350,000 plus.
Yeah, there's a tendency to get carried away with Indianapolis crowd numbers, but it's substantially it's in excess of 250,000. It's nothing to sneeze at. I believe they're very close to selling out the seats at the stadium, which is 234,000 seats alone. And then when you add the infield crowd on top of that, it's not the free for all that it used to be. The snake pit in turn 1 has turned into a corporate affair with EDM music that the teenagers go to in the infield. But hey, it all counts toward the attendance, right?
Exactly. And we're all for people having fun. John, we know you're working right now. Thanks for stepping out and giving us some insight and perspective on the Indy 500. Enjoy the race.
Well, thanks. I appreciate that. And I hope everybody down there in Florida tunes in and then keeps watching the rest of the year.
Well, we definitely will in Southwest Florida, John, because we're one of the top handful of markets in the country for IndyCar racing. John, be well. Thanks.
Likewise. Take care.
John Oreovicz has covered IndyCar for 30 years, has written at least 3 books, including one on the infamous split, which is now 30 years old. That book's 3 years old. You can go, Father's Day coming up. All right. That's a good read. But John Oreovicz kind enough to join us. And Mark, I'm into Twitter/X handles. I mean, Indy Oreo? Seriously?
It took everything in my being to not ask him regular or double stuff. Everything. But he sounded very serious.
Right.
He was a serious reporter.
Well,
serious topic. And
he literally just stepped out of the McLaren press conference to do this interview. And I knew you're like,
I can't go regular or double stuff with him. I wanted to. I thought about it.
That's because his last name is spelled Oreovicz. So Indy Oreo.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and
Mark, when you lived in Nashville, did you have a favorite bar? We're talking about Nashville bars back here.
Well, not really. There was a dump right by where I lived, and because I lived way out, like by where Hickory Hollow Mall used to be. I mean, the town's changed completely. I lived very much in the east end of Nashville. It's a terrible part of town. There was a dump bar by the house I used to go to, but we used to go. I'm trying to think where we went. I mean, the one bar the club that I loved was called the Ace of Clubs. That's gone. It was a rock club. It was unbelievable.
That sounds great.
Had the cages with the go-go dancers, and saw the Black Crows there play under a fake name.
That's awesome.
When the Black Crows were on top of the world, they played under a name called OD Jubilee, and the day before they said OD Jubilee is actually the Crows, and they were coming out to basically rehearse their Remedy tour.
That's sweet.
I was in Nashville for a year and a half, but it wasn't like it was that long. It was 2 hockey seasons, and it wasn't.
Where did what exactly were you doing there? Again?
Working for a hockey team. They played in the Municipal Auditorium.
Okay.
The ECA, It was in the same league that the Everblades are in, the old ECHL. Or still the ECHL. The Nashville Knights.
What a fun chapter that was. I was only there like 6 months, but it was fun. Hard to keep a lid on it, though.
Yep.
So Penske apparently has handed out blue blazers for Indy 500 winners. It's new, and they just posed for like the living Indy 500 winners. They're all at Indy, so they posed for like a picture. I guess now it's a takeoff on the green jacket. So now it's a blue jacket that you get if you win the Indy 500. It's not quite navy. It looks like a shade or so lighter than that. Maybe one shade lighter.
Should be Honolulu blue.
That's what you think of when you think Indianapolis.
When you think Indianapolis,
you think Honolulu blue. You think warm weather and trees blowing. All right. Mark, Nashville hasn't changed much at all since you lived there.
Oh my God. I mean, I lived there before the football and hockey team. Before that, either arena was built, either stadium arena.
yeah, that's a good way to put it.
The
How much has changed.
The football one had to be under construction, though, right? No.
Were they the Tennessee Oilers for 1 year?
I thought two. I thought they did 2 in Memphis.
And when they were in Memphis, was the plan to go to Nashville? They were just there for the time. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Gotta admit, I love those Oilers jerseys. Love the Oilers helmet.
The top 5 uniform in maybe all of sports history. So good.
But this is like, when Seattle gets an NBA team again. This is where you want to go to the Thunder and go, can we get the name back? I know technically the Sonics moved to Oklahoma City, but come on, we want to be the Sonics. To me, that's the same way when Houston got the NFL back again. It's kind of like, we want to be the Oilers.
Do you think it'll be expansion or relocation?
Oh,
When
for
Seattle-
Seattle? Oh, I think it's done. I think it's Seattle and Vegas. Are the 2 new teams. I think it's done. And then they have to pick a team from west to move east.
And it's Milwaukee.
Minnesota. Or
How about
Milwaukee's in the
How
East.
about New Orleans?
New Orleans.
I think it's going to be New Orleans.
Well, Milwaukee's in the East.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
So it'd
New
be
Orleans.
Memphis, maybe.
It's New Orleans. Yeah, they think it's go straight up. New Orleans, Memphis, Minnesota. I think it'll be New Orleans. You got to put New Orleans with Atlanta and Charlotte. You have to.
Yeah.
Makes no sense.
Okay, here we go.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts, a pick or two, a boost, a sprinkle. It's all coming up in our next segment. Best of show on Monday. We're going to enjoy the Memorial Day weekend. And then next week, it'll be Trent's last week. He's leaving us. Can't believe he got a better gig. I mean, we're paying him what? We started at $7 a show. I think we're up to $9. Can't believe he found some place to pay him $12, $13 a show. That's unbelievable. Can't believe it.
It's a Midwest goodbye, though, because I'll be back in June for something. I'll be back in July for that.
Oh, you're darn right you will. You just, yeah, you're darn right.
So it's
we're happy.
You're on the verge of crossing one David Moulton, and you don't understand what that. You have no idea.
I feel badly for Mark because Mark now has to jump in and do all the stuff because I'm in Jacksonville and Mark's there in Southwest Florida in the studio. Here? Well, no, because I'm useless. I've said this on the show. The only thing I bring to the show is the ability to talk. Otherwise, I'm totally useless. Mark's the reason we're on the air. All right. Always has been.
And I'm freaking out.
All right.
I'm beside myself of what I got to learn next week.
I know, because Mark's now realizing, great, I'm going to get those $9, but that's it. I'm only going to get $9.
Oh, and I don't even think I'm getting the $9. That's the other.
The $9.
You want to make a bet?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's another lunch.
You have to. You're doing the job.
Right.
So you absolutely, you're getting the $9. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
See, you guys always told me it was 7, so I feel like
I thought we gave you a raise. No,
we tried to, and he still left.
Freudian slip.
Oh, that's it. It was 9 if you stayed. I'm sorry. Damn. Oh well, you had your chance. I mean, technically, it was a 29% raise. You turned it down. All right. Miller and Moulton. So we'll celebrate Trent's last week next week. It'll be a 4-day week, though.
That's how we're celebrating. We're going to work one less day.
And it's because you were only with us for 7 months, so you don't get a full week. Okay.
I will say, our run of producers is shortening.
Notice that, huh? You've noticed that.
We had one for a long time.
Uh-huh.
And then really the next two were for decent amounts of time.
Yeah, multiple years. Right.
I mean, Felipe hung through for a couple of years.
He did. He gave us 2 years.
And Trent gave us 30 days.
Right, yeah, about 45. Yep.
Clark pointing out it might be us. It might be.
I don't think there's any might about it. Can change might to definitely. All right, we know. Did we not tell him when he took the gig? He was sitting next to Felipe, okay, trying to figure out, all right, because he's got family in the area. So, kind of fly down. If it doesn't work out, go see your family and we'll fly you back. And so he spent it a couple of days and he was sitting next to Felipe in the room, okay, contemplating whether or not he wanted to do this job and training. And did we not, while he was training, say, you don't want to do this?
Not only did we say that, and I've made this note on the show, I've known Trent's dad for 30 years plus, 35 years. And Trent's dad called me.
Right.
To ask me if he should take this job. I told Trent's dad, no, he should not take this job.
And we had nobody else to do the job. And we still said, no, job sucks. And it pays worse than that. And then, of course, Mr. Happy Peppy bursting with love over here. I love this. It's so much fun. This is great. Hey, guys. Really?
But he's heading back home, essentially. He's going back to Lansing.
Yes.
What area code is that?
The 517.
All right. So we're leaving the 239 and the 904 for the 517. I got to write that down so I know that. All right. Good. Here's the thing, though, that really bugs me. I don't know if this would have happened who was the guy we talked to? Jack somebody?
Yeah.
From the Lansing Journal?
Yeah.
Or he used to write for the longest time for the Lansing Journal. Right.
Legend.
And we had him on as a guest.
Correct.
And then that got Jack thinking about Trent again. And what ends up happening?
He hires him away.
Right.
Listen, he wanted me to take a job there right out of college. I said I got to spread my wings a little bit, and obviously I had some other issues going on with my health. But I was like, nope, going to Nashville, going to Florida, doing all this stuff. But he's been trying to get me to do this now for years. So it's not that we had him on the show. I can assure you that. But yeah, we had him on after Oakland upset Kentucky because he's good friends with Greg
Campy and Izzo and blah, blah, blah. Right. Right. Sung your praises. I think that's when we upped your pay from $7 a show to $8. All right. After that, I'm like, oh, wow. Okay. So you mean after you nearly died, okay, you figured maybe you'd leave home and see a little bit more of the country? Okay. Is that it? Kind of like, listen, I don't know how much time I have left. I'm at least going to Nash Vegas.
Oh, and it was Nash Vegas.
Yes, it is.
And then he came to a retirement community for 7 months, and now he's leaving.
Apparently, right, he got the memo. Well, I guess I'm close to dying, so I'll go to the 239. Okay, now he realizes, hold on a second.
I've got to live, baby.
Got to live like you're dying.
So now he's going back. All right. We're happy for you. We'll miss you. We need you.
We'll do the sappy stuff all next week, but the things
we're
I've learned
not, we're not getting sappy. Are you kidding?
I will get sappy.
Oh, well, if we
good
allow
luck
it.
with that.
Yeah, if we allow it, getting sappy. What show have you been a part of for the last 7 months?
Snarky, not snappy.
It's like the draft show. Mark can always just kick me off the stream. I mean, he did it a couple times during the draft.
Right.
Well, as you were slugging Black Velvet, chasing it with Red Bull.
Oh, man.
A match made in heaven.
Tell you what, if we sent that to the folks in Lansing, I don't know if they'd hire you. You just so you know, this is who you're hiring, and we could lie. You know, it was like this most mornings. And then it was you hooked on phonics, swinging the Black Velvet. Falcons took Penix. Hoa! You know.
That was.
Boy, does Detroit look great. That's all we heard for 4 hours.
That's all we heard. We could just put the resume tape together the 17 times you said, boy, does Detroit look great.
And it did. It looked great. You guys agreed with me. I just said it one too many times or 5 too many times.
Or 500, but neither here nor there.
Right. So does this mean now you're actually going to get to use your Lions season tickets?
In theory, yeah.
And you gave them up to the family. Are you able to get them back?
Oh, I'm getting them back.
Are you sure?
I'm getting them back.
My
dad's
sure?
been paying for them the last, 6. I'm taking the payroll back
Hold
over.
on a second. Dad doesn't have any pull. He lost his seat to the Lions playoff game to a girlfriend. Okay? You're going to him to get your tickets back? I'd go to the girlfriend if you want your tickets back.
Yeah, this is a little bit of
Is she still a girlfriend, by the way?
She is.
Not a fiance?
Not a fiance.
Hey,
trust me, I've been on this for years.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, wow. Trent's dad did not go to the Lions playoff game, but Trent's brother's girlfriend did.
Right.
That's where we're at with this.
And she had a great time, and she cried when they won. It was awesome. Best night of my life.
And he still hasn't proposed to her? She cried after a Lions playoff victory? I mean, does he think he's going to do better than that? Seriously?
You're preaching to the choir.
I don't get it.
I tell him all the time.
I was going to say, it sounds like Trent's going to propose. It sounds like Trent's giving his brother about 6 more months and then he's going to propose. That's what it sounds like.
Moonstruck, share, snap out of it.
Right.
All comes back to share for Trent.
Doesn't it ever? Man, oh man.
You are an old soul for a young guy. I will say that.
Love Cher.
He really does. You do know she's 50 years older than you. 50. She's basically Miller and Moulton older than you. Unbelievable. Good, bad, and ugly. If we didn't already just do it. Next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
20 years ago, Jason and I had the idea for a jewelry store like no other. with a vast selection of certified diamonds priced 8 to 12% over cost. A team of individuals who are educated, driven, and believe in cultivating relationships.
Today, we have become one of the largest independent jewelry stores in the country. Todd and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day, along with our GIA gemologists, master jewelers, custom designers, and non-commissioned diamond consultants, all of which we consider family.
As direct diamond importers, we travel the world, forging relationships and sourcing diamonds. What we love most about our business is that we can call Southwest Florida our home.
If selection, value, and comfort are important, give the Diamond District an opportunity. You won't find a better diamond buying experience. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Break all the holes and spread.
Oh crap! I forgot to put that thing in. I'll get there. This is
Oh, Adam, I haven't dusted the Emmy. I could probably get emphysema from what's on that ledge.
You haven't been there that long.
Although we do have maid service once a month. Maybe they clean it. I don't know.
They should. Should be a special duster just for that.
That's all right, everybody. He's got to do radio sales. He'll be calling us in 4 months begging to come back. Okay. Trust me.
It's on the board.
Depends on what time slot he gets. If he gets a good time slot, he might not call us. They bury him 6 to 8 at night. He'll be calling. He'll be back by football season. You know, I cannot get my doctor's offices to bill me. You know, Godfrey, just mail me a bill. Can't get him to do it.
I got a check from my doctor's office this week. I must have overpaid. So I get this envelope, and you could see under the envelope, pay to the order of, and my name. And I'm like, huh, $7.02.
Well, and also, don't they always call you during the show, even though you tell them you can't call me during this time? Read the profile.
Oh.
Here we go.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 until we're done talking. Final segment of the week and of the Diamond District bonus hour, Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We're best of show on Monday. And then, then we'll be back on Tuesday. It's that simple. David Sampson, Pat Kerwin, amongst those that will join us on Tuesday.
It's time for someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
We start today in 1830. Mary Had a Little Lamb, first published. 1844, the first telegraph message was sent.
Do we know what it said?
What hath God wrought?
Oh, wow. It's a little cryptic.
1883, the Brooklyn Bridge opens. 1935, Major League Baseball has its first night game. It was in Cincinnati. Cincinnati would defeat Philadelphia 2-1.
1935, huh?
Yeah. 1967, the AFL grants a franchise to the Bengals. 1980, the Islanders win the Cup, beating the Flyers in 6.
Bobby Nystrom in overtime, a deflection.
Was that their first?
That was their first of 4.
First of 4.
In 86, Les Habitants beat Calgary in 5. Today in 88 was the power outage game at the Boston Garden in the Stanley Cup Finals. And they took that game away from them, right? They canceled the game and Edmonton ended up with another home game. Is that right?
I think so.
1990, Edmonton would beat Boston in 5. And in 92, Al Unser Jr. wins the Indy 500 in the closest finish ever. Golfer Jimmy DeMeritt, Hector Camacho, and rapper Heavy D, all born today. Tommy Chong's 86. I don't think anybody had the over on that one.
No, and never mind the fact the over was 20 years ago.
Bob Dylan's 83. Priscilla Presley is 79.
How do you think he would sing Happy Birthday, by the way? How do you think that would sound?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty close.
Happy birthday to you. Actor John C. Reilly is 59, and Tracy McGrady is 45 today, David.
T-Mac.
What did I miss?
I don't know.
It's time for holiday weekend.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
For the good today, we go to British Columbia, where a 14-year-old boy fishing with friends caught a wallet. It was lost 33 years earlier. Nick Chowdhury said he was fishing there in 1991 when he set his wallet down on the rocks to prevent it from falling in the water. Guess what?
It fell in the water.
It fell in the water. But this 14-year-old found it and returned it to him 33 years later.
Is this just a coincidence, or do you like target these stories every day?
It's just a coincidence.
Uh-huh.
By the way, the David Wallet story is in the best of for Monday. There's your tease. Tune in if you want to hear it.
For the bad, we go to Lancaster County in Pennsylvania, where Jonathan Frederick was robbing homes and destroying items. And the reason he got caught is he's an idiot. He entered a residence through an unlocked window, trashed the house, cut cords on electronics, threw items around a bedroom, poured liquid on a gaming console, and then, like the idiot that he is, passed out on the couch. That's how they found him. He did about $6,500 worth of damage, and now he's been charged with burglary and a few other charges. For the ugly, we go to St. Cloud, Florida, where a priest bit a woman on her arm.
What?
During communion. According to the police report, it all happened during Mass when the priest was conducting communion, refused to give her communion bread because she did not do the prior steps necessary to be given the communion bread. When she explained that she did do the steps, the report said the priest became upset and tried to ram the wafer in her mouth. When the woman reached to grab another one, the priest grabbed her and bit her arm, leaving a bite mark. He says she pushed me. I'm not sure why it is that he bit her, but he admitted that he bit her arm after she would not let go of the communion tray. The priest has not been arrested, but the woman says she plans on prosecuting.
Well, there's got to be video of it. I mean, all these services are streamed now. I mean, every church is, streaming their services. So, I mean, this should be simple. This should be like Scotty Scheffler in Louisville. Oh, no, wait. The cop didn't turn the camera on.
No, he didn't. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, May the 24th, 2024. The video that has come out, however.
Not good for him.
It's not good for the police officer.
No.
He's shown chasing the car and beating on the window of the car.
Well, and also, where is the part of he, supposedly was dragged by the car? He was attached
none of
to
that.
the car? No, there's none of that.
Well, the verbiage was so weird to begin with. They're like, he attached himself to the car.
He attached himself to the car.
What does that mean? You attach yourself to the car. It's not like you just held onto the car, jumped onto the car. You attached yourself. What are we talking about?
I'm thinking of a guy jumping on the hood.
Right.
And grabbing
Totally.
the car.
That's a scene out of a movie.
Yes.
Or a 1 hour cop drama, right? Where somebody's holding on to the hood of the car. But the other thing that's not good for him, and maybe this is the last part of the video, like maybe Scheffler was many cars back and drove in the wrong lane, and this guy ran after him and yelled at him. But the video that we're seeing is Scheffler's 50 feet from the entrance to the club. He's in a courtesy car. He's got the passes. You got to be able to know he's going there. Obviously, the guy didn't know who he was, but still by the car. He's got to know he's going right there.
What I find amazing about this is that they release some evidence to the public. It's damning evidence towards the police officer, to me at least. And they're doubling down on their efforts to prosecute Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah, it is clear they do not want to acknowledge that the cop did anything wrong.
Other than not turning his camera on.
By the way, did you see he got one letter of commendation? Apparently, he's been disciplined a lot. He's been a cop for a handful of years, and apparently he's apparently, gotten drunk. He's apparently like done donuts in a parking lot. A cop. I mean, he's been, I guess, disciplined a few times. He got a commendation, though, from the city of Louisville. He apparently wrote like 108 citations in 40 minutes. That obviously they had this big, they were out to, get you money, tickets, and what have you. And he did something unprecedented. No one, according to the letter, this was amazing. Basically no one had ever generated that much money that quickly before. That's his big thing that's in his file. He was an epic ticket writer.
He will be working in Paducah, Kentucky in no time.
And Valhalla will want his head on a stick.
Well, that's the
They will
other
never
thing
get
that
another major.
it's the other thing we don't understand here. That granted, we know there are a lot of powerful forces at work here. And we know you're running a city. You don't want to cross the police department. We all get that. But I mean, we're talking tens of, not hundreds of millions of dollars here. What professional organization is going to want to, even if you're the NCAA, do we want to come and hold regionals in Louisville after this? Never mind the PGA of America. Valhalla could have hosted future PGAs. They could have hosted another Ryder Cup. They going to host one now?
No. No chance, right? No shot.
The president of Valhalla picked Scheffler up at jail, drove him to the course, and they still can't make this go away.
If this would have been any golfer, any name of some sort of, any name with juice, if they would have done this to Tony Finau.
No, he's the number one player in the world.
That's what I'm saying. It's not that it just happened to Ricky Fowler or Dustin Johnson. It happened to Scotty Scheffler.
You're wondering here, would they have done it to Tiger? That's how, was there a golfer in the field where this cop wouldn't have just said, nope, you're getting arrested? Oh, well. NBA playoffs tonight, game 2, Minneapolis. T-Wolves needing to get a win to even the series. They're a 5.5-point favorite. They were a 4.5-point favorite game 1 when they lost by 3.
Let's see what they figured out to slow down the backcourt of Dallas.
There's a boost on the Hard Rock app that I love, and it's Anthony Edwards to score 30-plus points and the T-Wolves to win. I think they're coming back angry.
Well, Edwards was bad.
Yeah, he was.
He was bad. There's no two ways about it. He's been anointed the next great player. He was bad in game 1. He shot very poorly from the field.
And he shot poorly in game 7.
Yes,
of the last
but they
round.
got away with it, and they won.
So I think he's coming back. I think he's going to drop 30-plus. T-Wolves win comfortably.
Game 2, NHL Eastern Conference. Can the Panthers go up 2-0 on the Rangers? Well, the answer is, of course they can. The real answer is, will they? Feels like a must for the Rangers. Don't know if that matters. I mean, Florida's great on the road. They're great everywhere, but they've been the last 2 years in the playoffs, man. They are great on the road. Think about it. They've won 4 straight road playoff games in Boston and Madison Square Garden. Pretty good. Both teams are like minus 110. It's basically a pick 'em game. Over-under is the same 5.5. For some reason, I think we get goals tonight. I actually think we get overtime tonight. Is there a bet where you could bet on whether the game's going to go overtime?
Probably.
Yeah, you can.
Because I actually think we see OT tonight.
It's probably decent value on it, too. It's probably like plus 500.
3-1 Florida.
3-2 Rangers in overtime.
Hope so. Want the series to go a long way. I just don't know. Unless they're going to call a few more penalties, I don't see where the Rangers find offense.
By the way, I will say, if I had known this stat before we were doing our show before game one, the head referee for the game Wednesday night, the Panthers were 10-0-1 in games he did with them this year. I'm sure that's just a coincidence. And I mean that seriously. I'm sure it's just a coincidence. Florida's a very good team. They could go 10-0-1 with Miller and Moulton being the officials. But it was a very interesting official stat. It's like, wait a minute. They played 11 games this year. They haven't lost a game he's done. And he didn't call a lot of penalties. Now, I don't think there were penalties to be called, quite frankly.
And they don't call a lot of penalties this time of year, obviously.
But, Rangers only got 2 power plays. Rangers ain't going to win this series if they don't get 4 or 5 power plays a game.
Absolutely, David. I think 4 is the number that they've got to get to.
Baseball, Rays, who have lost 4 in a row and just got swept at home by the Red Sox, they're home for the hot Kansas City Royals. Marlins on the road facing Arizona. So those games won't start till about 9:30 or so. Rays are home at 6:50. So tonight, by the way, in St. Louis, Chip Caray, Joe Buck. First time Caray and Buck have broadcast a game together since 1969, when Harry Caray and Joe's dad, Jack, were doing Cardinals baseball. Cubs and Cardinals tonight, I believe it is.
That's worth finding on an app to give that a little listen to. Have a great weekend, everybody. Enjoy your Memorial Day weekend. We'll be back on Tuesday.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience.
All right, we're rolling. We're still live too.